Falcon fans, and of course, good old Atlanta Falcon fans. You already know what it is. You already know what to do. One time for the fan back talking Atlanta Falcons football on this Falcon Friday. Falcon fans talking Falcons football on a Falcons Friday. Terry, you can't beat that. Carrie, you can't beat that.
No, we
Uh,
can't.
One time for the fan, from the fan, for the fan. Apple Podcast, Spotify Podcast, Amazon Podcast, YouTube. I don't know, Twitter. I just got an email. We're about to be on some more shit. So big shout out to everybody who's been supporting One Time for the Fan. We do this for you all, for the fan base. Diehard Atlanta Falcon fan like myself, Jack Spade. Miss Carrie, diehard Atlanta Falcon fan. And of course, T Will working overtime early this morning. Big shout out to T Will for my ATO Sports. I do want to apologize. I don't know if the show started late. I had to go up there and move the cars. Eric Parker said he wanted to do the driveway this morning. So he's gonna
Oh,
pressure wash
wow.
this driveway and my
Oh,
neighbors too as
wow.
well. So
It
good
doesn't
way to earn
stop.
a quick dollar in the morning, Eric.
It
Big
doesn't
shout out to
stop.
everybody in the chat. Falcon fans, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Dwayne Ruffins in the chat. One time for the one time. Good morning. And we'll
Good
get to the chat in
morning.
a minute. Let's go and find out how Miss Carrie is doing down there in good old sunny Florida. I'm sure it's hot down there because it's about to be hot in Atlanta today. Carrie, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good, guys. I'm happy to be here. Yeah, I live in Florida, but that's as much as you people are getting.
Sheesh. Oh, that's right. We're not
Don't
giving
ask
no
for my
more.
address.
That's
That was
right.
mild. That
Oh,
was mild.
wow.
Somebody wanted to know where I lived last night.
For
That was a
those
little
that
much,
do
but
not know, I think Carrie might have a follower
Stalk,
follower.
a
A
stalker.
s-
Lord, I don't know if that was Kirk Cousins' burner account. He's trying to come for me. He's been
I
seeing all
don't
my
know.
my hate for him in
he
Atlanta,
wants to know
but
exactly where Carrie is. Where is the
Man,
right.
coordinates?
Right. He wants my
Post them
location,
in
but
the.
he wants
I
something.
know,
yeah, that
but
was
hey, let me
crazy.
tell you
But
something. We are here to help Miss Carrie, protect Miss Carrie. Chat, we got to
Amen.
protect Miss Carrie here
Yes, we
on
do.
One Time for the Fan. But
Amen.
otherwise than all that, Miss Carrie, how are you doing? You're
yeah.
also on overtime too as well. You was in the T Will
Yes.
shenanigan show early this
That
morning. I don't know how to explain it.
that was the
Um,
definition of a late night special, man. That was like we were off the chain past midnight. There shouldn't be any rules really, because yeah, we were off the chain past midnight. We were on T Will's show till 1:30 in the morning, 1:15 in the morning last night. We did a 4 hour show
for
trying to get
some
ready for draft
reason,
night.
I didn't know about it. Falcon fans, like y'all see T Will doing his shows. T Will, when you do former ATO Sports, you have your own former ATO Sports chat. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not one time for the fan related. So when I joined, I didn't know about the show. When I saw it, I was taking care of some stuff during the day. I said, T Will is live at 12:15 at night. Is it a replay? So now I'm
Oh
thinking,
my goodness.
is this a replay? Because you know how Facebook is sometimes with their
Yeah.
updates and stuff. I'm like, no, this can't be an update. This can't be a replay. I click it. Eric Parker's on there talking. A1's on there talking. Carrie's on there talking. Big Low Country's on there talking. You on there. I'm like, wait, what in the hell is going on at 12:15 at night? Sure enough, it rolls over into 1 a.m. in the morning. And I had to jump on there, man. I had to go ahead and crack some jokes and have a good time with y'all. T Will, that's a good time y'all had last night on that show. But for those that did not get a chance to hear the show or hear about it, T Will, give us a little recap of what the show was. How's everything going with former ATL Sports, and how's everything going with you, sir?
Hey, man, everything's going well. Jack, the main thing we try and do really for my ATL Sports One and at One Time for the Fan and really any show that we experience. Sorry, guys.
Good.
We
That's
want to talk
okay. The
Falcons.
doctor's calling.
I know, right?
Shit.
We want to talk Falcons. But we want to enjoy ourselves. And last night got off the rails. In thanks primarily to two people. Number one, Eric Parker. Eric Parker was the ringleader of all of this. He got this going. He told the story of my drive-through exploits, and it got the chat going. And Craig, this guy who is in my shows, a lot of my shows at night, really, and one time for the fan as well. Jack, you met Craig recently,
What's
but
up,
man,
Craig?
he dropped a gem, and I don't know what this condition is, but I'm the kind of person when I really laugh, when I really get started, I can't stop. I don't know what the condition, but I can't stop.
You have a unique laugh too, by the way, where it's
It,
kind of like
yeah,
just
my
rolls
brother
on
and
to the
I,
next joke, and don't let that one joke get hit with another joke and another joke. Because T-Will, you might
it's
be
not
over there
gonna
laughing
stop.
for about 2-3 minutes.
It's not gonna stop. It's not gonna stop. So, he told a joke, and the joke he said, and I'm gonna try. I don't think I have any more laughter in me, but the joke he said was when T Will, what do you say, Carrie? When T Will wakes up in the morning and gets ready to leave, he grabs a bottle of hot sauce, talking about, I got that thing on me.
Shit.
And it was like, it's not funny now the way I'm telling it, but in the context, man, it took me out, bro. I could not stop
Who in
laughing.
the chat at that time said, or later on in the podcast said somebody dropped the wow when you guys were roasting. Someone was like, "Yeah, Jack is
I
here."
don't know.
Somebody
Somebody
dropped
said
a
drop a
wow.
wow or whatever. Somebody did, bro.
Yeah,
But let me
Craig
tell you
said.
something. Go ahead,
Whoever
kid.
that was, if
Craig-
you're watching this podcast, I got you because T-Will couldn't drop the wow last night.
I couldn't. Yeah. No, that was
Craig,
good. What were you saying, Carrie?
Craig said T Will, before he leaves the house for the day, he puts a bottle of hot sauce in his pocket and says, "Gotta keep that thing on me."
Oh
Oh,
shit.
Oh,
Let me
man.
tell you something. And that
Craig.
took me out, man. And what followed, Jack, was just 2 hours of just roasting.
The
Like, it
panel
just,
and the chat. The chat
bro,
was.
it was,
when you got Eric Parker on a podcast for 4 hours, not only talking football but roasting, it's a good podcast because
bro. Let me
Eric's
tell you something,
best of both worlds in that department right there. But
bro.
we cracked some jokes last night, and everybody was having a good time. Laughter is good for the soul.
Yeah.
But 2 hours of roasting, matter of fact, T Will a couple podcasts ago, like I think a month or two ago, like last month, you had a podcast where we jumped on and we talked Falcons for like 10 minutes, and sure enough, another hour and a half later, we just roasting each other. But we're
Yeah,
having a
man.
good time doing it. It's just all fun and games, everybody. So
Yeah.
the chat was involved. I saw it there live last night. Big shout out to everybody who
Yeah,
was
man.
there at T Will
Definitely.
show,
Definitely.
having a good
Big
time.
Low.
Big
Big
Low
Low
Country
was
Sports
there.
too as
My
well.
brother was
Everybody
there.
who
Gary
just
was there.
Yeah,
man,
Jordan was there.
man.
A1.
Don't
Who-
forget, T Will. Antonio said T Will looked at her because he's talking about Kim, right?
Oh,
His
yeah.
wife.
Oh, that's
So
right.
T Will for the chat. If you weren't there at our late night special last night,
Oh,
T Will was, telling us the story again of how he met his wife Kim in the club, and he said T Will looked at her across like being on at Krispy Kreme. Yeah, that took me out. I had tears in my eyes when I
Was
was
Antonio
listening.
Henderson putting a comment
Antonio is a
about
savage, man.
T
Antonio
Will
is a
counts his French
savage.
fries? Is it you count your French fries?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Antonio is a savage. Antonio is a
Antonio
savage.
Henderson, man. I got if he's in the chat, man. I gotta reach out to Antonio, man.
That dude's
That
hilarious,
cat right
man.
there. He had some
Craig,
jokes last week for Kurt. We was
yeah.
talking about Kirk Cousins, but it's all in still fun too as well. He's still a member of the team. We're all having a good time here. A lot of people's having fun this
Man.
off season. We're all here just enjoying being a Falcon fan until draft hits. That's pretty much the next big thing, or some exciting news happens here in Atlanta. Haven't had too much exciting news, but we did get something in the past couple days, and it's going to keep us busy here on One Time for the Fan this morning. Do not look at the date. It is 2025, but do not look at the date. Pamela Johnson's here in the chat. Good morning, Jack.
Auntie Pam.
Miss Carrie's here too, Miss Pam. Miss Carrie is here too. Miss Pam's here representing One Time for the Fan. I know she has her podcast too as well over there with AFN too as well. Big shout out to Miss Pam Johnson. Georgia, Texas boy. What to do? One Time for the Fan. Jack T. Will, Carrie and Falcons family. The new era is here. The Falcons will rise in 2025 and beyond. T. Will, true or false on Georgia, Texas boys comment?
The new era is here. The Falcons will rise in 2025 and beyond. I think the Falcons have a winning record this year.
That's true.
I think they make the playoffs. Where they go from there, I don't know. I believe that, Terry F. Baby and Raheem are going to Mr. Miyagi, the defense, into what they need to be, and I think the offense is probably going to be top 10. They definitely have the potential to be top 5. And yeah, I think they're gonna I think they're gonna at least make the playoffs. So yeah, I think it'll be a good year. I agree with him. I do. I agree with him. What up, Smooth C?
Big
What's
shout to
going
everybody in
on?
the chat. I agree with you, Georgia, Texas boy. Let's go ahead and get it this year. 2025 is here. Of course, you know the teams that we play has already been put out, but the schedule has not dropped yet. So we'll find out in about 2 months. Um,
Jack, who would you
who we get.
predict we play for our first game? Like, if you had to predict, like, just a guess.
So let me go back and look at this because I was actually trying to see what the first game, if it would be a home or away game. I go and I look at Atlanta United's schedule because Atlanta United, of
Well, that's
course, plays
smart.
at that time. So they have the home game Saturday, September 13th. They also have it Saturday, September 20th, which means that home game for the Falcons should be that Sunday, September 14th. When does the season start usually? It's like that September 11th week, right? Is it around that time?
Yeah.
Let me go check. Usually the Thursday night football. So let me go back. Let me go check here for September.
So
Okay.
week one, this past off season was September 8th against the Steelers.
Okay. So we have what? The 4th, the 11th. I'm gonna say it's gonna be a home game. So let's go home Falcons. There's really no really big game that's meaningful for them this year. Falcons Rams week 1 at the Benz.
Okay, I like it.
Falcons Rams week 1 at the Benz. Of course, you know Raheem being one of the former coaches for the Rams, Zach Robinson too as well. Matthew Stafford, kind of, kind of like a little, not like a rival game in a way, but I see Falcons Rams. Terry, Terry's not there. Kerry, what would you say week 1 right now? Your thoughts?
Week one. Let me look at it real quick.
And we got something to talk
So
about here in just a
I
minute.
was
I got
gonna
a little
ask
bit.
you, like, if there is any rhyme or reason, or it's just random if you get to have a home game like every season in a row, or there's like a limit, like, okay, after 3 seasons it's gonna be away, or not really.
Um, I would think that, but the past couple of years we've had some home games, so they
Right.
might just keep the tradition of us just having another home game. I don't want
Okay.
the division game early in the season. Last year we played the division games pretty early. Like I
Right.
really want to
Okay.
round out the division games like toward the end of the year this year. But I don't want to
Okay.
get too deep into the schedule. But looking at it with some of the way the schedule with Mercedes Benz has their stadiums because they have some events going on with the soccer games and stuff. Like you can kind of look and see, oh, Falcons might be away this week. They might be home this week, right? So Mercedes Benz schedule already has some of their events up. Um,
Um, I'm gonna
yeah.
guess Seahawks at home. That's just my guess.
Ooh, Falcons
Week
Seahawks at
one.
host. We both went NFC West with that one. So that's what's up. That's what's up. T Will.
You know, there's nothing like a division rival.
Sheesh.
I'm gonna say Falcons Bucks first game
Damn.
in the dome. First game of the
Honestly,
season.
that's a game, you can really find out your identity early because that's a team that won the division the past 2 years.
Yep.
So it would be great to go ahead and, get that win out the way. Last year we did sweep them, but they ended up winning the division anyway. So got to get those wins in early, especially those big games. Smooth C's in the chat. Deshaun Cos was in the chat. Georgia, Texas boy. Pam Johnson's in the chat. Jonte Rozier's in the chat. Dwayne Ruffin. Anthony's in the chat. What's up, Amp? We said, yo, what it do, Jack, Terry, and Miss Carrie, baby? What's good? What's good, Falcons family? Jeff Wolf is in the chat. He said, cousin spotted having lunch in Cleveland. Appreciate that, Jeff. We're getting ready to talk about that in just a second. That's your breakfast for one time for the fan this morning. We going to talk about this guy in just a minute. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and put it up here. I'm sure Carrie wants to see his face bright and early in the morning, and we're going to get it right here. There we go. Bam. So there you go, Miss Carrie. That one right there. We'll get ready to talk about this in just a second. Set this up here because there's a couple things that happened in the past week here. Falcon fans. I'm sure y'all want to talk about it. It's the off season. It's Friday morning. Breakfast with one time for the fan. What are y'all doing? Sitting in traffic? What are y'all doing? At the gym working out? Don't matter. Talk some Falcons football here in the chat. DSGB Hall's here. Pam Johnson's here. Karina Atkins is also here too as well. Big shout to Karina Atkins in the chat. We're doing some housekeeping here. He said Jack's starting already. Um Jordy Shepard's in the chat. Rise up. Big shout to Jordy Shepard, man. Falcon fans checking in from Facebook. If it's your first time here, head over to YouTube, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Takes just a couple seconds. 82 Monte Carlos here back again. He said last night was litty. A lot of Falcon fans was in the T Will show last night. Here back again on the morning show, breakfast with one time for the fans. So good to see you guys back here talking Falcons football. 4 hours of football last night, and now y'all about to sit here for another hour and some change this morning. We ain't gonna do 4 hours today, Kerry. We ain't gonna do 4 hours. We're good, T Will. All right. The next long show we have is the draft show, right? Which is coming up in about a month here on One Time for the Fan. Larry's in the chat. So I'm glad Terry able GM now. I think Terry finna show us his plan. We haven't seen no moves really made from the Falcons in the past couple of days, otherwise in the restructures that we'll talk about here in a couple minutes. But we knew that was going to happen because you had to get some cash, right? You need to get some bread back. And there was a couple, but you can go look at the Falcons roster with their cap situation and look who, can help adjust the numbers. There was only a couple people to look at. We called this on One Time for the Fan. McGarry, Jesse Bates, Chris Lindstrom, AJ Terrell. I mean, he got rid of Grady Jarrett. David Amiata is probably the next one down the line. You can look to get the 9. But I'm telling you where it comes from. Like, we already knew that. Like, there wasn't too many people on the team that had those major contracts to go scrap for cash for. So, Falcons working some moves that we'll get to here in just a minute. We want to catch up with the chat. Christy Lewis is here talking Falcons.
Christy!
She said, morning. Somebody let Catfish Kirk know that it's still Falcons Friday. You already know what it is. Breakfast with One Time for the Fan. Falcon fans talking Falcons
Jack.
football on a Falcon Friday. What's up, T. Will?
How many nicknames does Kirk have, right? So Kirk,
Kirk Frost. John with Kirk Frost, Kirk O'Chains.
No, I'm talking about after. No, I'm talking about after. I'm talking about.
Oh wow, not the before. You're talking about after.
Right,
oh,
right.
So doesn't exist anymore.
Right. So this would be equivalent to after you break up with somebody, the nicknames that you give them, right? So, John from Out of Your Falcon Mind calls him Dirk Smudgeons. Debo calls him Dirk Smudgeons.
Smudgeons, yeah.
Dirk Smudgeons.
Lisa Shepard calls him Karen Cousins.
Yeah, Lisa calls him Karen Cousins. Debo Vibes calls him Kirko Pinocchio.
God.
And
sheesh.
Christy just called him. What she called him?
Catfish Kirk.
Catfish Kirk. What? And in honor of my friend, Miss Carrie Baby, in honor of my dear friend, I'm going to dub Kirk Cousins Crash Out Kirk. Because Kirk makes Carrie crash out. So he's Crash Out Kirk.
So remember they had the some of the secondary was talking about Crash Out Crew last year. So you took away the crew and just said Kirk. Gosh,
Crash Out Kirk. What up, Uncle Steve?
Falcon fans in the chat, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Pam Johnson said Falcons and Saints week 1.
Oh wow, we're starting to hate out early. I don't know.
What?
Maybe.
What'd she say?
No, she's guessing.
Oh, Falcons. Oh yeah, man. Let's get after it. Yeah, man. Let's go ahead and give them that. Let's go ahead and give them that L early.
Personally,
start them off right.
Georgia, Texas boy. I hope not. Honestly, I feel like that's one of our hardest games. I don't want to play them week 1. I feel like I want to, get in rhythm, the offense and the defense. I would like to play Washington a little later.
I mean, you got a schedule this year. I think the Falcons should be able to make the playoffs, right? I'm looking at some of those games. We'll pull it up here, in a couple podcasts. We won't talk about it too much today, but the schedule is going to be releasing soon of, the time and the dates and when we'll be playing. So, whoever it is, it's going to be the Commanders. If we have to go on the road first, if we have to, play a Thursday night game, Sunday night, don't matter, man. Falcons just have to be ready and prepared to get the job done this season. Uncle Steve Lounge is here. He said good morning one time for the fan, aka Falcons mod squad. Opening game ATL versus Bucks in Tampa. They can't
Oh,
beat us.
wow, nice. I don't know. I feel like, Jack, tell me if I'm wrong, but I feel like we always play the Bucks in
October.
Tampa in October. Yeah, it's always an
Yeah.
October game.
And
So,
I think in 2016, hey man, which would be a good omen. I think we played them first game
oh, okay. In Tampa?
in
Oh.
2016, and we played them in Atlanta, and we lost in Atlanta. We won in Tampa Bay, and obviously, you guys know we ended up going to the Super Bowl. But yeah, I believe our first game that year was against them. I think Jeff pointed that out.
I'm still
Apparently Josh
undefeated there, so whenever we play them in at Raymond James, it'll be a dub. That's all I gotta say.
That's what I'm talking about, Kerry. Name it and claim it. That's what I'm talking about. Keep
Big
your
shout
streak
out to all the
going.
Falcon fans that reacted to our mock draft too as well. Put them up on the Instagram my story. So all the fans that was excited to see the mocks that we did the other day. We did 3 mocks, right? So big shout out to everybody that was part of that mock draft. We'll probably do another one. Let's see, Sunday night. We'll see Sunday night. Yeah, probably Sunday night we'll do another one. So if you guys are excited about the one that we did the other day, come on back Sunday night at 8. We'll go ahead and crank up another mock draft 2.0 for you all. Pam Johnson's in the chat. Georgia, Texas boys in the chat. Kirko Chainless Cousins. Sheesh. That's tough. Antonio Henderson's back in the chat. He said, call him third cousins because that don't matter. Sheesh.
Damn. Antonio's a savage, man.
That's tough.
Y'all better start giving that man his propers. That dude is a savage right there.
Cool season.
I don't ever want to be on his bad side. Just
neither him or Craig or Eric for that matter. No, neither one of them.
Antonio Henderson, man. I gotta reach out to you, Antonio, man. Drop your email in the chat, or if you got Facebook or Instagram, man, go ahead and drop it in the chat, man. Send you a message in a couple of minutes. Christy Lewis, the number of teams that Kirk has catfish and still fishing for another team with that noodle arm after being exposed. Oh my gosh, Falcon fans talking Falcons football on a Falcons Friday, man. Lord, y'all are up early with the
T. Will, I'm telling you, it's not just me. Everybody's over him.
Hey, William Amy's in the chat. Mike Green ASAP. We're gonna talk about that, William Amy. Go ahead and get them comments ready. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna get to why the Falcons were down there looking at Mike Green, which we talked about on the podcast. We may not think the Falcons take a shot at a guy like Mike Green due to the off the field situation. But wait,
there's more.
This is the year. Maybe this is the year Bodie gets his wish. Falcon fans, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Christy Lewis in the chat. I think we may have the Falcons versus Panthers. Get them out the way. I ain't gonna lie. I've hated on the Panthers for a while, but they're like low-key rebuilding in a funny way where you got to be like, bro, you got to watch that team. Right? Like the Saints, I think they're going to be pretty bad this year. The Bucks might go ahead and not the Bucks. The Jordan 9 restock. Oh, I'm about to say I thought some Jordans just restock. I'm about to go ahead and buy some more.
Oh wow!
I saw the notification pop up. I was like, damn, we go buy some more. I think the Panthers low key might sneak out of last place, probably make it into like third or so this year. Falcons still winning the division. I'm looking at Falcons, Bucks, Panthers, Saints this year when it comes to the division. But low key, I mean, they sneaky might be, decent enough to scrap some wins and, against the Bucks and the Saints. They ain't gonna beat us though. Christy Lewis, big shout out to you in the chat. Deshaun Coswell says Kirk done in the chat. Matter of fact, let's talk about Kirk. I know Kerry wants to talk about it, so let's get to Kerry real quick here on One Time for the Fan. Kerry, you heard the news recently that Kirk Cousins will wait until after the draft to accept the trade, right? Now, this is before the news of Russell Wilson signing with the Giants, right? So now that news has came out now, the Giants have Jameis Winston, Terry's best friend, and Russell Wilson now. So they're set, right? And you look at the teams that's available for Kirk and for the fans that want Kirk off this team, right? You have to find a candidate that's willing to take on not only Kirk Cousins, like Christy Lewis said, the noodle arm, if she wants to get, if teams believe that. But you have to look at Kirk Cousins and say, well, what team could possibly take Kirk Cousins at this point because of the fact that the Giants, who we thought could be maybe a team to come, calling the Falcons or maybe accept a trade for Kirk, is not the team no more. But Carrie pointed something out, Falcon fans, because Carrie does a great job of, I guess her detective work of finding out where is Kirk Cousins, right? Carrie found Kirk Cousins in Cleveland yesterday, right?
Y'all are hilarious in the comments, by the way, of that post because y'all are off the chain. I was laughing so hard at some of these comments. I got a comment. I hope what was it? Because I posted that he was right. He was in a Chipotle in Cleveland, and I said Kirk Cousins was spotted in Cleveland. And that makes me happy. Somebody replied, it was actually just probably a clerical error.
Damn.
And yeah, I also saw a few comments. He can go swag surf over there. Yeah. Yeah, they said, "Can I assist in packing his bags?" Yeah, they have no chill in the comments over there.
None at all.
But
I'm totally here for it.
somebody replied, "There's no way that's a coincidence, right? I mean, who visits Cleveland?" And that's exactly what I mentioned last night. Like, you don't say, "Hey, honey, let's go on vacation" to Miss Kim, right? T. Will, you don't say, "Let's go check out Cleveland, Ohio." You don't just go to Cleveland,
Right.
Ohio.
Nobody's gonna say we're going to Wyoming. Like, you know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Oh,
We're going
wow.
to Idaho. Like, that's just random. Like, he was
Right.
recently at Carrie. You posted a picture in our chat the other day. He was right in your neck of the woods at Disney World the other day.
Right. He was down
Right?
in Orlando for probably like 2 weeks, honestly. He went on a Disney cruise. He was at Disney World. I think he went to Universal. Yeah, he was all in Florida. And he's actually going to be back, I think, in April. He's doing some kind of f- quarterback. I don't want to say the wrong thing. Let me see what it
Is he
is,
filming
actually.
Netflix quarterback season 5? Is he getting ready for the for the upcoming seasons ahead of
No,
Netflix
so I
quarterback?
found what it's called. It's actually called All Pro Dad Experience. Join
Sheesh.
NFL quarterback Kirk Cousins for a Saturday you'll never forget. Starts with you and your child experience the thrill of stepping on the field, Camping World Stadium. You'll spend a few hours connecting with your kids, interactive family moments. Da, da, da. So I don't know what Kirk is, I guess, playing football with them. I'm really not sure, but it's called the All Pro Dad Experience, and it's actually tomorrow, March 29th. I thought it was in April. So he's going to be back in Orlando tomorrow.
Kirk Cousins spotted in Cleveland. T. Will, you heard what Carrie said. You just don't randomly hop on a plane and just go to Cleveland, right? I mean, there's got to be something going on there for fans that want to think that there's something going on there, right? I mean, this picture, did go a little viral in the Falcons, community space. So T. Will, and don't forget, Kirk's a good guy off the field. He's not playing football right now. Outside of the comments he made, with the his arm situation. So you know how most teams are probably looking at Kirk right now. He knows how to, be a leader in the locker room. For some would say the Minnesota Vikings, he was there. The Washington Commanders being there too as well. But for Kirk Cousins now, Terry's the off season. He's at a Chipotle in Cleveland, right? Fans were speculating, Terry, is this it? Could the Browns be the team that accepts Kirk Cousins? Because he has a little relationship too as well with was it Kevin Stefanski too as well, right? He has some ties there. So your thoughts, Terry, about Kirk Cousins being spotted in Cleveland?
I take issue with the fact that you say he's a good guy off the field. I don't agree with that.
Oh my gosh,
I
you know
don't
how
agree
it
with that.
is, Terry.
No, no,
Man,
no, 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 sir. No,
come
sir.
on.
No,
T.
now let me
Will.
tell you something, Jack. I have the utmost respect with you, respect for you. I appreciate everything that you've done for me, and I consider you a friend. But I could not. I vehemently disagree with you. I have lost so much respect for Kirk behind this because he didn't have to handle it this way.
Mm-hmm.
Did not have to handle it this way. Look, that's why you have an agent.
Mm-hmm.
You pay your agent to be an asshole. That's why you pay him. If your agent needs to do that, he can do everything that Kirk has done. From the telling teams, hey, I wasn't injured, your agent could have done that. From the, hey, I'm going to demand that you trade me, your agent could have done
Would this
that.
one move change, how a team would look at him, Terry?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think
So
and
they
this
wouldn't
is
look at
me.
his off the field issue of what he told the media with the
It's
Falcons
not.
as a problem.
It's not just his off the field issue, Jack. It's the way he's conducted himself.
Mm-hmm.
You went on national television and said, "Hey, guess what? I really was hurt." You didn't have to do that. Then, not only did you do that, but you took your Falcon shirt off.
Mm-hmm.
You took your Falcon shirt off. You didn't have to do that. That's petty. That and as a I don't want to say as a man. I'm thinking it. I'm not going to say it. As a leader of a franchise, you can't do stuff like that. That says to me, this is personal. This has been personal with Kirk and the Falcons, and the way he's handled it, I have lost so much respect for him. Because when you do stuff like, let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something about me. I'm not special. But the one thing I will say is I love my Falcons and I love my city. I've been here since I was 3 years old. I'm 54. That's a decade and a year. I love my city. I love my city. I love my state. I love my city. And for you to take off that jersey and put on another one, that is tantamount to disrespect. That's tantamount to saying, you know what, Latonia, you can get the finger. You know what, Swats, you can get the finger. You know what, Alpharetta, you can get the finger. You know what, Locust Grove, you can get the finger. You know what, Clayco, you can get the finger. You know what, McDonough, you can get, it was disrespect. And so what that says to me is, if you would do that, you didn't mean it when you went to Waffle House. You didn't mean it when you went to Swag Surf. This is what you do. You are a culture vulture. You endear yourself to fans when it's convenient for you. And the first sign of trouble, you bump them. They're even Grady. Grady was upset. Grady would never do what Kirk did. Grady took his time, but he finally said, look it, man, it didn't work out. I love y'all. ATL, we always going to be down. That's why I look at, for me, I've lost respect for Kirk.
Mm-hmm.
You got to show me twice. You don't have to piss on me and tell me it's Kool-Aid. It's piss. Kirk has been disrespectful. He has been disrespectful.
Well, we're not going to ignore that. You're not going to tell me it's Kool-Aid and it's piss?
Right. No, you're not going to do that. You're not going to do that. And my mama used to say that. Shout out to you, mama. Love you wherever you are. Yeah. No, you can't, bro. I'm talking about you went on national TV and you basically said the Falcons are liars. You didn't have to do that. That could have been done behind closed doors by your agent. You pay him the money to be your advocate. You pay him the money to be an asshole if need be. That's his job, Kirk, not yours. You did that because you wanted to, right? Then you're gonna get big. You're gonna big league D-Led. You gonna look. You whatever you say with Kirk on the field, it's fine. But I have an issue with his character. I have an issue with you going by Raheem and going by Terry and going to the owner like a little you know what. I've lost so much respect for him. So
there's a couple teams that we can look at. And big shout out to T-Will too as well. That's kind of like your what's bugging T-Will segment. I'm glad how we played into that. T-Will,
I thought I was mad at Kirk.
T-Will's on one. He's on one. I mean, we can talk about Jameis Winston and T-Will give a speech just like that too as well. But when you mention Kirk Cousins, I mean, T-Will gets 38 hot. Deshaun Cos was in the chat. He said, put Kirk on the mega bus to anywhere. That's crazy. Just put him on the bus.
Agreed.
Where you want to go? Well,
agreed.
Just keep the bus rolling. But not only was Kirk spotted at the Chipotle, maybe this is like his little press tour out there in Cleveland. He was also at like a little barbecue.
City barbecue, yep. City barbecue.
Like, who's just randomly recognizing Kirk? Hey, let me get two slap in the rib. Hey, yo, that's Kirk Cousins out there. Who's just randomly recognizing Kirk Cousins in Cleveland? I mean, you can see him right here. I mean, he's not in his Falcon uniform or anything. He's just walking around. Like, he doesn't have a media, no big media team. He's not Shadur Sanders or something. Not Travis Hunter, right?
Right.
But he's at the Chipotle. Is this place? What is this? Pig Up? What is this place?
City barbecue.
Some barbecue spot? City barbecue, right?
It's a
So wherever
chain.
he's at, obviously there's a Dick's Sporting Goods back there too as well. He's around the city. He's making his moves. Is that like a Raising Cane's behind him? What is that back there?
I don't know, but you know what, Jack? I saw Adam. I mean, I don't want to be a negative Nancy because I really hope he was in Cleveland, not trolling the Falcons, giving us hope that he's out of here. I'm really hoping that maybe, he was just meeting with them, kind of try to see what their plan is at 2, because we all know that he doesn't want to go somewhere and then they draft a quarterback. So maybe he want to see like, hey, you guys gonna draft Abdul Carter? What you doing with that second overall pick? Hey, here's how I'm feeling health wise. I was actually just hurt, but I think I'll be good to go. I hope it was like a meeting like that. But I just saw Adam Schefter tweeted this morning that today is Penn State's pro day, and Abdul Carter, who the Browns are likely to take at 2, had dinner last night in State College, Pennsylvania, with a large contingent of Browns officials, including the owner and the GM.
Mm-hmm.
And earlier this month, he visited the Browns facility and met with multiple team officials. So that kind of worries me because the GM and the owner were both in Pennsylvania last night. They were not in Cleveland, Ohio. So I don't know that he was,
Doesn't mean
meeting
you
with
can't
them
stop by the
now.
facility on a little slide and just go check out, see what
Right.
the
Maybe he met
Falcons
with the
doing.
head coach.
Maybe he
I
met with the head of
mean,
security. Never know. CSC, team event
but
staff. You never
I
know.
did see that a Browns, or maybe it's not the Browns. The guy's name is Daryl Reuter, 28-year sports media veteran, currently for 923 The Fan, which
Mm-hmm.
is a Cleveland, Ohio radio show. And he said, and as I reported yesterday, they did not have permission from the Falcons to speak to him.
So, Falcon fans, there is a podcaster. I guess he's live now. Big shout out to him too as well. He's a Cleveland native, and he is speaking about Kirk Cousins right now being in Cleveland. So even for Cleveland Browns fans, or just people who live in that area, they're even noticing that that Kirk Cousins is out there. Not going to click on the link right now because we are live, but they are live right now. Got a good amount of views in there too as well. But they're talking about the Guardians, of course. They're talking about the baseball team, and they're talking about Kirk Cousins spotted in Cleveland. So Falcon fans, I mean, is this the move? That could be made soon. Cool thing about it is here on Breakfast with One Time for the Fan, anything can happen, right? You can get breaking news that Falcons do this, or you never know, right? So that's the cool thing, right? I think T Will got some breaking news on his podcast one time. So big shout out to T Will when you was live when something I forget what it was that happened recently. You got a chance to talk about that on your channel.
Yeah.
But for those that's here in the chat, just keep your eyes and ears open to what the Falcons are doing. Of course, they do work late at Flowery Brand, so even after 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock tonight, you might even get some more news too as well. You never know with the Atlanta Falcons, man. But they are taking care of some things. We got some more stuff to talk about too as well here on One Time for the Fan. I guess we won't be spending all morning talking about Kirk Cousins, right, Carrie? We want to enjoy our morning
Right.
here on
I'm
One
with
Time.
Georgia Texas boy. He said maybe he met with the realtor.
Shit!
He could have done that.
Wow,
It could have been
Georgia
house hunting.
Texas boy. That is all right. Okay.
Yeah, as of now, it seems unfortunately that he didn't meet with the team. As of now,
Yeah. I
I hope
mean,
it's wrong, but
we'll see. We'll see. I mean, some fans do believe it's not Cleveland. Maybe he can go to Tennessee, right? Maybe some fans believe that they are going to wait until after July and let a team come calling if something happens to one of their starting quarterbacks.
oh
Which
man,
that's what more fans are kind of leaning towards, because once the quarterback, you know, situation gets locked up for this, who's still waiting on the quarterback? The Steelers, the Browns. That's it, right? The
I think so.
Vikings.
Titans. But I feel like the Titans are drafting
Titans are
Cam
probably
Ward. I mean,
drafting theirs. Jets will probably draft theirs.
Did you guys see? I mean, to me, it's like the most obvious thing that they want Cam Ward. I mean, they've met with him multiple times. They were at his pro day. Not only were they at his pro day, but they had the Titans media team like with their cameras recording him.
Yeah.
Like, I
Cam
don't know if
Ward
that was
stepped up into the
promos and
Titans GM and the
yeah,
Titans coach after making a big pass the other day at the pro day.
right.
And it's crazy because I did 2 more mocks yesterday randomly, and Shadur Sanders again went to the Saints at 9. Um, but it's a mock draft, right? It's just a simulator, right? But you never know what could happen with this draft. Moves are still being made around the NFL that kind of helps out what team is going to select what player at the spot that they're picking in. So right now for the Falcons, with our mock drafts we did the other day, fans are in the chat reacting. And big shout out to all the fans in the chat too as well. We're trying to go through all the comments and go through the topics for the morning, but it's one time for the fan. Everybody's enjoying themselves, and we got time today, right? We got nothing going on too. Well, you got another show coming up in like 5 minutes or 10 minutes or 15
He's got
minutes or
like 2
30
more
minutes.
shows today.
Oh,
Yeah, but they're later on tonight, so we're good.
all right, man.
We're
That's
good.
what it does here. One time for the family. We're just having a good time. 82 Money Carlos in the chat, but Falcon fans, man, like, man, we finna have a good damn time here on One Time for the Fans. Let me catch up to the chat here. Larry, an organization. Maggie T is in the chat. Big shout out to Maggie T.
Maggie T.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm here.
Okay. Yeah,
You cut out.
StreamYard
Okay.
just went through some BS again. Catfish Kurt was in Cleveland for a corned beef sandwich. Sheesh. Wait until after the draft is a big risk for him. Speaking of that draft too, as well, like I just mentioned, I mean, we did the mocks the other day, and we got some decent talent. I think was going to be possibly selected by the Atlanta Falcons, but one guy who we mentioned the other day, T. Will Carey, on our draft boards, who we kind of threw off the draft board, could quickly get right back onto the Falcons draft board, is Mike Green. T. Will and Carey. Raheem spotted down there at Marshall, checking out Mike Green. Your thoughts, T. Will, on this, because this is probably, if not one, but the second best pass rusher in the.
I just don't know that I believe it because it's so off-brand for the Falcons. Jack, are you there? Or are you frozen? Carrie, you there?
I'm here. Yeah.
Okay.
T. Will, to your point, it is very unlike the Falcons. The Falcons filter exists. Yeah, I don't know. I'd be very surprised. But then again, T. Will, the Falcons always surprise us on draft night.
That's true.
I don't think they're gonna this year. I don't think they're gonna surprise us and take a position that we're all shocked. I think they definitely are gonna go defense with the first pick. But maybe they surprise us and go for a player like Mike Green that we would not all think that they would go for.
Well,
I think that's
honestly,
possible.
Carrie, so Scott Carisic and I on what the Falcon Scott feels like that the Falcons have been assured that there's nothing to this. That clearly, it's a situation where you're just around the wrong folks and there's nothing to it.
Right.
I don't know that I agree with that. I feel like this is some Jedi mind trick shit. I think the Falcons sent a contingent there to say, hey, we're interested, so people will want to trade up. Because if you're the Falcons, you got to trade down.
He was also at Ohio State's pro day too, as well, with Terry Fontenot too, as well.
But if you're the Falcons, you got to trade down. And Mike Green, maybe there's some teams that would want him, and if it's a situation where he's available, maybe you can get an additional second and a third, all right, or an additional second and a fourth. If you could go from 15 to say 22, 23, I think the Chargers are at 23, 22. They have 11 picks. So let's say they really want Mike Green. Let's say you can, I don't want to say fleece them, but let's say you can get the 23rd pick, their second round pick and their fourth. That's 3 additional picks. I would take that. So, and again, Scott is way more plugged in than I am. All right. So I have to give him that respect. He doesn't feel like this is a Jedi mind trick. But Kerry, what I just can't get past is this is so off brand for the Falcons. Like
Right.
if you would not take Jalen Carter, and don't get me wrong, I love
Okay.
Bijan. I love Bijan.
Well, I still think that's different, to be honest, even though it's still off the field issues. The Mike Green thing, if you try to search anything about, the allegations, there is no pending cases. There's nothing in writing, right? There's no paper trail. It's all he said, she said, hearsay. It's like almost as if it's rumors. There was never any, he was never, arrested. He was never in trouble with the law. No one filed a restraining order against him. There's nothing like that against him. It's all rumors, essentially.
Yeah.
And to that point, he's, as of now, he's innocent, right? So I think maybe they did their research and they realized we were second to last in sacks last season. We haven't had a double digit sack guy since what, 2017? Um, Something's got to change. And this guy is a beast. He led college football in sacks. I mean, I think it would be negligence to not look into him. Maybe they're going to pass on him because, Falcons filter's real, but I think it does give me hope that they are looking into drafting him because he's obviously a player that would change our defense for sure.
You could be right.
Bodie
You
mentioned it. The
Go ahead.
Falcons have not, looked at a guy who had possibly off the field issues, or there's like Carrie said. I mean, there hasn't been, he
You're
hasn't
right,
been in
William. It
jail
is
yet.
since 2012, my bad.
Yes, and for Mike Green, for Falcon fans, there were some reports, and as he spoke to the media and spoke to, the NFL teams that interviewed him, he told them the truth about the situation. And of course, NFL teams would do their due diligence to look into the situation. All NFL teams would do this when they go to draft Mike Green, right? So it's not just the Falcons. If the Steelers want him, they'll do the same thing. If the Chargers want him, they'll do the same thing, right? It's just pretty much which team gets really, in detail with their investigation to find out what's going on. But I guarantee you, if they were down there at that pro day, they got the questions answered that they need for a guy like Mike Green. Bodie was mentioning, the Falcons need to take a dog, a guy who's, you know, um, maybe had one or two, not really off the field issues, but that, they could react for a 15-yard penalty on the field because they went over there and just, tossed the player off the field or some type of shit.
Oh,
Right? A guy who's just like a bully on the field, right? A guy like a Aaron Donald, a guy that can get after it, right? Mike Green, you've seen his college tape, you've seen his film. Um, if the Falcons do select him, in the draft this year, they got their pass rusher, right? They got the guy that they believe can, lead the way. Um, Georgia Texas boy, I see you in the chat. There are some fans in on social media that have mentioned that they kind of think he's kind of like Vic Beasley in a way, like don't fall for it. Um, but we're not the Falcons here, Falcon fans. So is Mike Green on our draft board? Yes. Because Raheem and Terry then went down to the pro day. Did he move up on our draft board? For me, I would say yes, he did move up on the draft board because the Falcons haven't made no splashy moves yet to show that they're going to, you know, be confident with their pass rushers right now. I think Leonard Floyd was like, I guess, their biggest move. Fans were wondering why Leonard Floyd had a press conference the other day. They're excited about bringing in a guy who's, who's from around here. You know what I'm saying? So I think he can ignite this fan base for 5 to 10 sacks this year. Leonard
Mm.
Floyd can get after it, right? So big shout out to Leonard Floyd for joining the Atlanta Falcons. But look on the other side, you got Arnold Ebiketie, you got D'Angelo Malone. Of course, we went over
Arnold,
some of the. Mhm.
sorry, AK-17, man, he has to step up this year, in my opinion.
It's a big
He
year for
needs,
him.
he does. I mean, no excuses. I mean, this is the year for him, in my opinion. I want to see something from him.
Yeah, it's a big year for Arnold Ebiketie, and of course with Leonard Floyd being over there too as well. Maybe he can get some production on his side from learning from a veteran like Leonard. But then again, I believe this is his contract year, so we'll find out what's going on with AK when the season gets underway. But we have a long way to go for that. But Kerry, you are right. Some fans do, or they have pointed out that AK is one of the guys that has to step up big this year in his defense. Terry, you did point out, we did lose some guys, who did have a few sacks last year. So how are we going to be able to get back to our sack count that we had this past season? And I think Jeff Ulbrich possibly could, shift some things around and get some things going. And we don't start out late this year on defense, Terry, like we did last year. Right? We got to start out early. We got to be one of the top teams in the league to get the quarterback to the ground. Points allowed, all that stuff, man. We have to be better this year. Last year we started out, it's just a shaky start. Even though we was 6-3 at one point, it was still kind of rough watching that Falcons defense last year. Malone's still on the team. Jay Momentum's in the chat. Malone is on the team. We look to have a big season from Malone too as well this year. So big shout out to Debo. Debo, who else? Caden Ellis, Troy Anderson, Arnold Ebiketie, D'Angelo Malone. I mean, I can pull it up right here for you, man. Like, I do think
Holy Devil. I'm sorry. Divine Diablo.
Yeah, Divine Diablo. I do think the Falcons are still looking at a linebacker, looking at the linebacker room situation they're in now.
100%. They have to.
Question. If you're the Falcons, and I'm still not convinced, but hey, it could be. You draft Mike Green. Are you going to deploy a fixer? Are you going to deploy a chaperone for him? Because let me tell you something. Twice there whispers. There are some very advantageous folks out here who would love to just take advantage of a situation. And let me broaden it. Are there some players, Jack, that, well, first off, do you think this happens in the NFL? Do you think that teams sometimes will deploy a chaperone or, not necessarily a bodyguard, but someone with this player who makes questionable decisions to kind of guide them through their off-the-field life while they are a member of the team? Do you think this happens, or is that only in the movies? Like, give me your thoughts on that.
Sometimes, yeah. I think in the Falcons situation, you got to look at that. So I would say, yeah. Which players are you looking at when you mention that? Because I'm looking at
obviously Mike Green.
Leonard Floyd in that situation.
I don't know. I don't know that Leonard Floyd has I don't know his history. I don't know if he has like questionable decision-making skills or whatever. I just know with Mike Green, there have already been whispers of two, right? And just like we hear it, the folk out there who are scammers, the folk out there who take advantage, they hear it too, right? So, I mean, my only concern is he clearly makes questionable decisions. Can we trust that going forward? Because, as we know, they say it's innocent until proven guilty, but really, is it? In the court of public opinion, is it really? If we draft him and a year later there's a report that comes out that there's a potential sexual assault, what's the first thing that's going to come to your mind? See, I told you.
And I tell you what, now, I mean, the one thing somebody pointed out to me, the other day is that Atlanta is it's a city you get caught up in that nightlife pretty quick.
Yes,
young guy coming over here, big contract. Magic City is one of the places you go. Not saying this stuff's going to happen. We don't want this stuff to happen. But I'm just saying,
we don't.
There's always scenarios you got to look at and say, what if? Right? I see why Marvel made that show, right? So what if? Right. And if the Falcons make that move, I do think, they once again, they're going to do their report, their due diligence, their everything. They're going to fact check everything when it comes to this player. But we did a draft the other day, and it's the cool thing because some fans have mentioned you can still double dip at edge. We did a draft the other day, a mock draft, where when we traded back, Mike Green was still there between 20 through 25, right? And there's a lot of pass rushers in this draft. Here's the cool thing, Falcon fans. Last year, I think the shocker was like the whole Michael Penix thing, right? Because we were talking about defense. The year before that with Bijan, some of y'all was shocked with that too as well, because Georgia's defense and Carter and all these other guys, you guys were super shocked with that, right? The Kyle Pitts, the Drake London, you guys are like, what is going on here? Let's all focus this year that it's going to be defense at 15, or if they trade back, it's going to be defense, right? We kind of narrowed it down the other day. It should not be an offensive lineman at 15 selected for the Falcons. Even if you trade back, it should not be an offensive lineman selected first. I wouldn't be mad if you selected a defensive guy if you trade back, and then you trade back up and maybe get an offensive lineman for the future. Maybe a center, XYZ. You might see a guy that's moving up second round early and you want to get him in the first. They did a good job with the McGarry, the Chris Lindstrom. What the fuck? The Chris Lindstrom, Caleb McGarry situation a couple years ago. Maybe they end up doing it again. Some of these draft picks, I do believe, first, second, third, fourth, they're going to be on the field this year because you need bodies, right? Look at the cap situation the Falcons are in. They're going to be playing these young guys. And we did our mock the other day. Hell, I might even do a mock in a couple minutes because you can still see that if you trade back at 15, you don't have to worry about Mike Green if you don't want Mike Green. But if he's still there, you can get some value if you trade back. Even get a Mike Green. We traded back the other day, and there was still Jalen Walker on the board too as well. Did another mock the other day. Princely, U-Man from Old Miss, the young man from Boston College too as well. You can go nose tackle and get your guy, get your big body guy from who was that? Michigan, right? We talked about this on one time for the fan the other day, right? So the Falcons, I think, are looking towards this draft, to nail a couple, stars in the making. So it's going to be big this offseason for Falcon fans. It's going to be tuned into not only one time for the fan, but, all the other content creators, because, of course, this is pretty much draft season. You see J Momentum's in the chat talking about Donovan, was that Isaraku from Boston College. He was actually a player that we drafted the other day on our mock draft too as well. We came away with some really cool mocks the other day because we was able to select two solid defensive players with a trade back. And if the Falcons, want to get younger on defense and kind of pull something like what the Eagles did, you can trade back and get some solid pieces. You stay at 15, just that one guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm all for the Falcons trading back this year. That's kind of
me
like
too. Yeah,
I'm
me
not
too.
really on the Mike Green thing at 15 kind of thing.
Yeah.
If you do trade back and get some value, he's still there at 23. I said anything from 18 through 25, trade back.
For
Because
me, I just don't think he's going to be there. And I mean, I see Bengals fans saying they want him at 17. I just personally, because they lost Sam Hubbard, so they do need another edge rusher to line up with Trey Hendrickson. So for me, Mike Green has been impressing at his pro day, at what was it?
off-season workouts and everything. Yep.
Yeah, like man, he's been really. I feel like if anything, his stock is moving up, not
Yeah.
down. So I feel like, yeah, if we trade down, he's not going to be there. But the good news is there's a lot of defensive talent in this draft, so there'd be other options.
And the cool thing is, for Falcon fans that's tuned in now, next week, the week after, things are going to change. So you see us talking about this now because the Falcons haven't made no move at outside linebacker. Then today they go sign an outside linebacker, an edge guy that you might say, that's our edge. That's our guy. So they might go safety in the draft. Now you're looking at Malachi Starks. Every day things are going to change. They might go sign another safety, right? They might go sign a corner today. You never know what's going to happen, but here on One Time for the Fan, we're going to keep you updated as best as possible. Georgia Texas boy said later rounds, Swinson, Ivy, Jay Stewart, Kennard, U-Man from Old Miss, Jack Sawyer, who's continuously dropping back. I don't understand why, but maybe there was at Ohio State's pro day to check out Jack Sawyer too as well in the late rounds. Maybe there was there for Cody Simon from Ohio State in the late rounds too as well. Don't forget about him from Ohio State.
Who was the center that they were talking to as well from Ohio?
The center, I believe, is coming in for a workout, right?
Yeah, they're interested in the center from Ohio State. I saw that.
Yeah, let me pull up that report too as well. Big shout out to Miss Carrie here talking Falcons football here in the chat. A1 or here on the podcast. A1 Forever's in the chat. Let's start that MF.
A1.
Sheesh.
Hey,
A1 is ready for draft season. William Amy said, "Let's we need to be real here. We need a tone setter." William Amy is in the chat. Michael's back talking Falcons football. He was there with Terry last night talking Falcons football. He said, "Morning. Must be a lot of coffee drinking. We have reached the
Right.
first hour of the podcast. We don't have 3 hours in this. We don't got three more. Just the
Michael was
first
there last night at 1 a.m. Shout out to him.
Yeah.
Yes, Georgia Texas boy put his name in the chat. That's the center I was talking about that they're interested in. The Falcons are interested in him out of Ohio
Yeah.
State. And he's from
Yeah.
Georgia. He's from Beaufort.
Hey, so you never know. I mean, that center position, we might not talk about it too much here on One Time for the Fans. Somebody just text me happy 328. Jesus Christ. Um, I tell you, boy,
Oh
we
wow.
gotta,
Block
we
that
gotta,
number.
we gotta fix that day. Just gotta fix that day. Um, but Falcon fans, we do talk about the center position here, uh, pretty much quite often on One Time for the Fan. We might not, get to it too much like how we talk about Kirk Cousins, but if they're trusting in New Zeal and Jonathan Gwynn right now, then when it comes to training camp, that's a position that you might not need to worry about when it goes to like competition battles. Because New Zeal for us here at One Time for the Fans seems like that's his job to lose right now. With Dahlman going to the Bears, bringing in this guy Seth right here for a workout, just a workout interview. They're going to talk to him XYZ. Doesn't mean they're going to sign him or bring him on. You got to worry about him. But for right now, if you're looking at your offensive line, that's why we put up the depth chart projection here from Scott Karisic, who takes the time out of his day to put these things together. So big shout out to Scott Karisic. He joined us the other night on One Time for the Fan. He's going to be back before the draft and on draft night too as well. Um, but you see Scott Karisic put this up here when it goes to the offensive line, because we're going to do the camp competition battles podcast coming up soon, right after the draft. And some of these battles you don't have to worry about for your starting position, Falcon fans. Let's get like, okay, I see you, Carrie. I got your message. Let's get really in depth with this too as well. See Dre Harrison's comment. We're going to get to that too as well. Because we're talking about drafting Mike Green or now, or what direction the Falcons may take. I'm getting in my draft spirit right now. I might do a fucking mock in a minute. I'm really, really looking at this right now because
Let's do it. Let's
I'm
do it.
really,
Yeah.
I'm really
Let's do
getting
it.
in tune with this. Looking at the camp competition battles that we're going to talk about, and there's still more, spots available for the Falcons to go, bring in some guys. So it's not over, right? But looking at your QB spot, there's no battle there. Running back spot, there's no battle there. Your wide receiver spot, 1, 2, and 3, there's going to be no battle there. 4, 5, and 6, and if they do run the 7, because they might run 3 running backs, then yes, that's possible. There's going to be a nice competition battle there. Who's the 4, 5, and 6 behind Ray Ray? Would they go sign somebody else? Do they want to go bring in an undrafted free agent after the draft? Or they go draft a guy? We don't know. The tight end position is something to look at too as well. Because let's just say they go 3 tight ends. They got Pitts, Warner, and Felipe. Let's just say they run 4. Is Nicola going to be on the roster? Who is Nicola? I have no idea. Big shout out to Nicola for being right here so far. But maybe the Falcons look another direction. A couple mocks that I've put up, the tight end from Georgia is available around the later rounds, but we've seen the Falcons draft tight ends from Georgia in the late rounds before. Doesn't really pan out. But let's see here. Oh, the offensive line, which is very important. Jake Matthews, Bergeron, New Zeal, who is penciled in right now on Scott Karisic's depth chart projection as the starter. Chris Lindstrom and Caleb McGarry. There's no competition battle there unless Jonathan Gwynn somehow, some way, puts a nice preseason camp run together and he wins the starting job. Or they might go out and sign a center this week. Everything could change in a matter of days or a matter of hours. As we talked today on March the 28th, March the 29th, Falcons signed 2 more guys, and it's going to change our whole outlook of what could happen with this team. We're looking at the backups. Brandon Parker. There's going to be a competition battle for backups. Our guy, Elijah Wilkinson. Big shout out to the Wilkinson family, too, as well. And big shout out to your dad, too, as well, Elijah, and your brother, man. Elijah, who was once a starting guard here for Atlanta a couple years ago, who played a lot. He played like almost, I think he played the whole season. I don't think he was injured, like only for like maybe a game or 2 he was. But Elijah has some time here in Atlanta. I don't think he's going to win out the job for Matthew Bergeron, but you have a solid backup. Is he going to win that job? The backup job is going to be big here, right? Kyle Hinton, Storm Norton. Like, Terry, we're really trying to set up the draft and where we're trying to get to here and camp competition battles. But as we start looking at these depth chart projections, Terry, there should be no move made on offense day one in the draft. There's no way possible there's going to be a move made on offense day one in the draft. And if there is, Terry, I'm flipping this fucking table because I just wasted 7 minutes talking about this, and it shouldn't happen. Am I right, Terry? Or am I just wasting my goddamn energy right now? Terry, I think you're muted. You muted, T? You muted, T, Will?
Sorry about that.
Yeah, brother.
You're 100% correct. Now, with that being said, Kerry and I found out that you'd never say what the Falcons won't do. Mm-hmm. You can say probabilities, but you never ever say what the Falcons won't do. What I will say is,
we did say the Falcons would not draft the quarterback last year.
We did say that, and that's absolutely what they did.
That's
so,
and there are fans in this chat right now that remember that too as well, Terry. Yep. We did clearly say Penix is on our draft board, but the Falcons are not going to draft Michael Penix right now because our guy is. And then Bodie looked up and laughed. I said, Bodie, what are you laughing at? He said, just wait.
No,
go ahead.
His first response was, "Oh no." Like that, the first thing he said was,
Bodie's reaction is the greatest. He's done it 2 years in a row here.
It is the greatest. It is.
Please tune in next month on draft night. We're gonna have a live show. Bodie's with us. Mark Chaney's with us. Scott Carissa. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be talking. We're gonna have a great time. Terry,
it is gonna be great. And that was, bro, that was hilarious. That was simply just hilarious. But no, in all seriousness, no, you shouldn't. You shouldn't have to address any concerns on the offense on day one of the draft. You should not. I hope what happens is the Falcons trade down and get 3 more picks and use that to sustain this draft and draft at least maybe 3 or 4 starters. Right. So that's your first round pick, your second round pick, your third round pick have to be contributors day one.
Okay. Got it. We went over some of the camp competition battles. We went over how the Falcons could look draft night a little bit because we started talking Mike Green. We went into draft. We might even do a mock here in a minute. I'm trying to check my schedule here in a second, see if I can do a mock. But offensive moves made on draft night shouldn't be nothing selected at 15. Look at this offense right here, Falcon fans. These are the guys that's going to help you carry you the way to move those chains right here. Bijan, Tyler, Drake, Mooney, Ray, Pitts. They're going to help you move those chains. We're going to get in position. We're going to set up Koo for the field goal, and he's going to make it. And Jamal Agnew. We got some guys here. Oh, even Jamal Agnew. I'm really excited to have Agnew here because even with the new special team rules, I still think that's the guy taking the over this year on him scoring a special teams touchdown. We need that back in Atlanta. There were some games that hurt us in the past from other teams scoring special teams kickoffs, punt returns, kick returns, and getting some good yards on us and setting up to beat us. Now we have a guy that teams will fear to kick to, right? This is a guy who, if you go look at his stats, Jamal Agnew, he has some numbers in the special teams game, right? So you give him space and decent blocking on that punt return, he can take it to the house. You got guys like Hodge, Felipe Franks. These are some really good special team players you have on your team, right? D'Angelo Malone. So big shout out to those guys. They can set it up, man, with a guy like Maurice Williams, Coach Williams. It's gonna be pretty big, man. You're talking situations where, I know it's March. Let's get to Terry. Let's get in the game mode. Can we take it to the fall? Right?
Let's take it.
Can we fast forward to the fall? Can we get in our little time traveler machine here, Terry, and go to the fall real quick?
Let's go to the fall.
Let's go to week 3, right? Week 3, Falcons, Cardinals, right? Falcons on the road in Arizona, 26-27. Cardinals some way, somehow took the lead with 45, or let's just say a minute and some change left to go, right? Cardinals took the lead. They kick off, right? New kickoff rules. Jamal Agnew, kicker kick is short right before the end zone. Jamal Agnew takes it 75 yards back. He gets tackled, but he takes it 75 yards back, sets up Michael Penix for now a game management situation where you just what? Run the clock, run the clock, run the clock. Koo kicks the ball, ends the game. But it happened because of your special teams, right? In the past, we've seen special teams here in Atlanta. Couple yards, guy gets tackled. Couple yards, guy goes down. Jamal Agnew is the guy. Look at his tape. That's the guy you got to watch for. You set up the right decent amount of blocks for this guy. This kid, he's taking it to the house.
To the house.
He's got some wheels on him, man. I'm telling you, Jamal Agnew taking the over that he scores special teams touchdown this year. We want all these players healthy as well. So when I mention these things, I don't speak of no injury. I don't look at that. I don't even think of that. Y'all know Jack Spade. I don't think of that negative shit, right? So these players 100% healthy. Jamal Agnew taking the over that he scores a special teams touchdown, punt or kick return this year. Now, the chat is live. Chat is lit. We're going to get to that in just a minute. We're going to catch up and do some housekeeping. So I know y'all got y'all comments here talking Falcons football. And that's the great thing about it because, we're talking Falcons football too. Don't forget about the super chats. Super chats are up. We're doing the live draft show next month. We're doing a lot of giveaways. So send those super chats in. We got live giveaways, man. We're going to have a great time next month on the live show. Looking at your defense over here on the depth chart projection, Leonard Floyd penciled in, Brandon Dorless, Rook Aurora, Zach Harrison. That front line, Terry, you got some young guys up there, Terry. If you was to add another young piece, the young man from Michigan would be a nice fit.
Grant?
Yeah, Kenneth Grant.
Yeah, no,
he
definitely.
would be a solid piece to add with Brandon Dorless, who had a lot of games off last year, only played in 2 games. Rook Aurora, who I think was battling a couple games where he was injured, and they had him in, some plays here and there. But big shout out to Rook, too, as well. Highly rated coming out of college with his RAS score. So a guy like Rook and Dorless up front, or maybe a guy like Kenneth Grant you pencil in, that could work. You see how I just mentioned Kenneth Grant early as I started talking about the defensive tackles? I ain't say nothing about that with offense, about drafting no guy here for wide receiver. None of that, because it's about the defense. And I quickly went to Kenneth Grant that you can pencil in right here. On your edge, Arnold Ebiketie. If you guys are not feeling Arnold Ebiketie, you guys want something new, you guys want a fresh start at having a guy to get to the quarterback, we just talked about this guy. Would the Falcons draft Mike Green in this spot to put him in there? Ebiketie is getting snaps. Malone is getting snaps. Trice is still getting snaps. And then you pencil in your Mike Green in that situation. So could the Falcons take Mike Green? It's very much so possible, right? So we don't want to throw that out the window just yet, right? Divine Diablo, Caden Ellis, AJ Terrell, Mike Hughes, are they sold at cornerback? Would they take a corner at 15? I don't really see that. I'm really leaning toward 3 spots, Terry. And please chime in on this one, chat. I'm leaning toward 3 spots here. At 15, or if you trade back, you're going to go attack the trenches right up front, right? Kenneth Grant, what's that? The kid from Kentucky. Maybe they like the kid from, what's the other tackle's name? I can't remember his name. But there's 3 or 4 guys that you can fill in right here if you trade back. I wouldn't. Harmon is the only one I think from Oregon I'd probably look at 15. But you can trade back between 18 to 24 and get Harmon. If you want to go get another Oregon guy to pair with Dorless, that's very big too as well. But you got some guys that can help you up front. And these are some really big players coming out in the draft in that first round. I see about 5 names that can help you up there up front. If the Falcons do take middle of the round or late round in the first. Going to the edge, I already mentioned Mike Green, Jalen Walker, a couple people you can look at too as well in that position. If they trade back, Princely, Donovan, a couple of spots there too as well. You can even go second round and get some guys too as well. However you want to pencil in Barrett Carter from Clemson too as well. If you get your hands on some tape on that guy, Barrett Carter's a go-getter. I mean, they might plug him in the middle, but Jeff Ulbricht's going to be having these linebackers getting after it. You're not going to be standing there with your hands on your hips with Jeff Ulbricht. You got to get after it. Corner, not looking at corner, so don't worry about that. Safety, because of one guy. T Will's going to be right back in just a minute too as well. So we'll get T Will back on the show in just a minute. And Kerry will be back here just shortly too as well. Safety. Malachi Starks. I don't think anybody else is looking elsewhere when it comes to safety. There's probably that one guy you're looking at for that draft position, safety Malachi Starks from the University of Georgia. Falcons bringing most of their staff down there to Georgia's pro day. Two guys, I'm thinking you're looking at three guys with Malachi Williams. Maybe could be looking at the tight end too as well in the late rounds. That's pretty much my draft talk here. I love talking Falcons football with you all. So let's catch up with the chat. I know T Will's setting up for some stuff over there. So I know chat is live and they lit, man. Love y'all, man. Y'all be doing great things in the chat, man. John Moreno says it's been a while. What's up, guys? And Kerry, Kirk located in Cleveland yesterday, taking pictures with some Browns fans. Hey, you never know, John Moreno. You never know what can happen from it. But as a Falcon fan, you just gotta hope that deals are getting made behind the scenes. A1 Forever said there's no concrete evidence against Mike Green. So, some fans are feeling like that's part of that bad boy lifestyle that he did something, got away with it, or nobody looked into it, he's a football player type thing. But other fans are looking at it as, nah, man, you can't address this kid as that because he didn't have nothing happen to him, right? These were allegations and they were cleared. So maybe the Falcons do take a shot at this young man. And he's a phenomenal talent too as well. So, hearing it for one time for the fan, whoever the Falcons select, we're going to be happy that he's a member of the Atlanta Falcons on draft night. If it's a wide receiver, if it's a corner, if it's a safety, if it's a kicker, we're still going to applaud that. I might flip a table or two if it's some of those positions I just named. So I'm hoping it's not. But, we do think it's going to be defense. But big shout out to everybody in the chat too as well, man. Y'all are great. Jay Black, William Amy, Georgia, Texas boy. Just going through the comments so we can catch up. T. Will and Kerry just sent me a message, so they'll be right back in a minute. Larry said they go a different route. Terry not finna let Raheem kill success by not getting players like Mike Green. Larry's in the chat. And don't forget, Falcon fans, when we talk Falcons football too, like there's no like debate and people arguing and stuff. One time for the fan is a positive chat. It's from the fan, for the fan. Y'all can bring your thoughts and your questions and your comments to the chat and just talk Falcons football. This is a cool place to just talk Falcons, right? There's fans from everywhere. Fans, matter of fact, just drop not your location, like your coordinates, but where y'all checking in from, man. We got fans from Atlanta. T Will's back. We got fans from Atlanta in the chat. We got fans from Texas in the chat. We got fans from Nevada in the chat. We got West Coast fans in the chat. Where y'all checking in from? Season ticket holders, where y'all checking in from? Where section y'all in at the bins? Big shout out to everybody in the MB club. Big shout out to everybody in the Delta club, 200 level, 300 level, suites, lounges, wherever you're at the stadium. Check in, man. Let's have this Falcons Friday for us. Falcon fans talking Falcons football on a what, T Will? Falcons Friday, man.
Falcons Friday.
This is great. I'm setting up for a mock because fans are in this draft mode. Got some things to talk about still too as well. Here on one time for the fan. Falcon fans. Let me go ahead and get this right here. All right, bet. Let's see William Amy in the chat. T, we're doing some housekeeping. We're going to catch up with the chat. You cool with that?
Let's go.
All right. T, will help me out with some of these comments here. William Amy, 12 years drought. We need that dude to change your defense. We have to trade up. Oh, trade back, I'm guessing. William Amy saying. T, will trade back?
Yeah. No doubt. Got to trade back.
We're going to do a mock.
You got three picks and 2 attempts at the lottery. So you gotta and you don't have abundant resources. You have got to trade that. Got to.
Yeah. And even us being live here on One Time for the Fan for like an hour and a half, you never know. We might get some news here from the Falcons that something happens. And I'm going to talk about the restructure news too as well, because they did do some contract restructure so we can get a little money. But fans are in the chat talking Falcons football. And One Time for the Fan is from the fan, and it's for the fan. Nando Barrington's in the chat. So Nando said the Atlanta Falcons has to trade back this draft. Big shout out to Nando in the chat. Dre Harrison, he said, doesn't Mike Green have some questionable off-field issues? Last I heard, SA twice is not a good thing. There are some people that in different organizations, no matter if it's the Steelers, it's the Texans, if we brought it up here, you best believe those big bodies in that office brought it up too as well, right? You better believe that if we're sitting over there talking about it, somebody didn't come over there and say, this is what I got.
Yeah.
I guarantee you. You can't skip over that question. And guess what? We're not being rude or disrespectful talking about it because everybody who's doing their draft evaluations are talking about it, right? So we didn't do nothing wrong. We won time for the fan. We're going to salute and congratulate any player that is selected on draft night. So big shout out to all these players who is getting ready to enter the NFL. Some will be our rivals from years. Don't forget, Leonard Floyd went to Georgia and then got drafted, went to play for who? The Bears? Then it went around to another 2 or 3 teams, and then what? Ended up here in Atlanta now? So some of these players you might see in Atlanta 10 years from now.
Yeah.
So we got to give a shout out to all these players who's getting drafted because this is the future of the NFL. This is what keeps the game going, right? And big shout out to, Country. He has a family member himself who's part of that wave. And I myself have to say too as well, after getting some great news from coach from my son's school, I believe my son is really getting involved to start his career coming up in the fall too as well. So that's a wave that I'm all for. That I might have me an outside linebacker edge rusher in the family right here. You know what I'm saying? Because he's getting worked up right now. So we're gonna find out. Ball really starts in the fall. He's about to be an 8th grader. So it's going down in a major way. Michael's in the chat. Said problem is the Falcons brass always wants to be too smart for the room. Never know what they will do. Michael, Terry, you want to respond to that, my brother?
He's right. I can't. I don't think they'll do that this year. Honestly, I think and they sent a large contingent of defense to the combine with the exception of the offensive line.
And Raheem and Terry's making check-ins too.
Right.
Yeah.
So that tells me that it's probably defense or bust in the draft. And I'm okay with it. Whether you draft corner, safety, linebacker,
I do have a question for you, Terry. Go ahead.
Edge, what you got?
Who do you think right now? Chat, here's a big question for you. Who is your Michael Penix pick right now for this draft? So far, it's a month away. Remember the Falcons sent everybody out to go check Michael Penix? Remember that? We heard the news about that. Who is your pick right now for that moment? Terry, have we got to that moment or are we still a little bit ways away? Some
when
would
you say Michael Penix,
I'm talking about the Michael Penix like style-esque, like the way they sent everybody out and they knew that was the pick. They
had a private workout. Yeah, they had a private workout.
This is the guy. You saw the amount of staff they sent to Georgia. Is it Starks? Is it Walker? Are we at that point now, Terry? Or do we need some more time to say we don't have the pick just yet?
Is it Mike Green?
I mean,
I don't think they've had any private workouts yet.
Yeah. Can we lock in on a pick right now, Terry? Do you think we have our guy just yet in the boardroom yet? In the war room? Okay.
I still think they'll trade back.
Okay.
Now, what they could do is they could pick a guy at 15, and then at pick 46 on the second day, they could trade down for a second, a third, and a fourth.
The second day trade down is not as valuable as that first day. If you're going to trade down, do it at 15. Because you know what's going to happen in the second round, man. There's a lot of people, those trades don't really work out too well when it comes to trading up or trading back. See people getting those day 2 picks. Where the Falcons at? 46 on the second one?
Yeah.
I like you trade back at 15. Terry, if anything is close to that mock draft simulator that we did the other day, I got 4 picks for 15. I got 2 for this draft, and I got 2 for 2026. Terry, when you did your mock, Terry, the Packers sent you everything. You got
They
a piece
did.
of Lambeau Field
They
for 15.
they really did.
You
They really
literally got a
did.
piece. When I saw the trade, I said, bro, and I said it before the podcast started. We're gonna do 3 mocks, and I think Terry's is gonna be the better mocks of all 3. Terry got the Packers pick at what, 18 or 22?
Something like that.
Then he took their 70 something pick. We kept our 46. We swapped the 90 and the 101. Terry was fleecing the Packers. And
Yeah.
then Terry accepted another trade in the second round from the Cardinals and racked up like 3 more picks. Terry walked away with like 7 picks.
No, I walked. No. Oh,
Was it
no.
more?
Total,
9
I
picks?
walked. Total for that
It was
draft, we ended up
9,
with
right?
like 10 or 12. We ended up with 12 picks.
Gosh, bro.
Yeah, we ended up with like 12 picks total. Like, yeah,
He
that was
still got the money to pay him.
Shit, Terry.
yeah, that was a good draft, man. We ended up with like 12, man. We did.
Michael's
So
in the chat. Any backup quarterbacks you see for us in the draft? Just Jack Spade. Tua.
you said any backup?
Yeah,
No.
he said any backup quarterbacks.
No, I think this, with the exception of an offensive lineman, I think this draft needs to be all defense. You know, you can get a quarterback off of unrestricted free agency. Like, there's nobody in the draft that I see that I would be excited about as a backup anyway. So you may as well either pull a guy off the scrap heap. You know what I mean?
Jack Spade's available.
You said what? Oh, Jack Spade. Jack Spade's a backup?
And I got this play. Well, I don't want to hit
the 80 on the run.
I'm only in for just a couple plays. You know, I'm
okay.
I'm the package guy. I'm like the Taysom Hill. You got to bring me
you're
like,
the Taysom Hill. Okay.
Yeah, you got to bring me on like those certain plays every now and then. You know what I'm saying?
I got
that 180 on the run type play. Guys ain't ready for that. Falcon fans, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Michael's in the chat. For God's sakes, we brought back Franks. It's special teams, man. You got to work.
Better be special teams.
You got to fix
Although
special teams.
The thought did occur to me, Jack, that
Stop it.
The thought did occur.
Yes. Start the Go ahead. Go ahead.
Why is she messing with me today?
Because I know you're trying to say use him as a Taysom Hill. Really? This is Felipe Franks. Come on now.
I'm not saying he's Taysom Hill. I'm saying you could use him in that way. I'm trying to understand why take the pick, right? You got I don't. Is he that dynamic on special teams? Like, I'm just trying to understand.
He did play a lot of special teams for the Panthers last season.
I think it was over 300 snaps on special teams.
Yeah, he did. But
so you adding him with Hodge and D'Angelo Malone, and don't forget some of our special teams unit. They had some moments last year.
They did. Hodge specifically.
Yeah.
Hodge specifically had some moments.
Pro Bowler.
Well, let me tell you something. So he won 3 games for us.
Yeah.
He won 3. He had 2 block punts in a game. Mm-hmm. He tackled the guy in the end zone for the Saints, and then the one against the Bucks. Like, he literally won 3 games for us.
I believe Carter Malone had 2 defensive stops too as well on special teams too as well this year. The punt return, or was it the? Well, they blocked the punt and then they picked it up. Was it against the Bucks or is the Seahawks? One team, I forget what team it was. I know the Saints won with Hodge too as well. But I mean, we got some players out there that shined on special teams. Players, when you get in the game, man, they got to do their job, right? So it doesn't matter if you're on special teams or if it's Liam McCullum, the long snapper. You got to do his job too.
Yeah.
You know, remember we had Josh Harris go to the Pro Bowl a couple years ago. Josh Harris was a long snapper, right? So I know some fans are, kind of upset that Bijan was snubbed and then they added Bijan because, I think Saquon went to the Super Bowl. But, the Pro Bowl is not what it used to be too as well, right? So it's a big flag football game, right? But players go down there, they have fun, they bring their families. It's a cool off-season event type of thing. Do we have the schedule already? It's around May. Usually like May 15th, 16th, the schedule drops. So
we'll be doing a show on that.
Oh, we're definitely doing the show, Kerry. You don't have to worry about that. Thomas from the Rise Up Tour fan club, he'll definitely be joining us for that show too as well, because fans are going to be ready to, hit the road and go, start booking their trips. I'm telling y'all, Falcon fans, y'all know what we do with the Rise Up Tour fan club. with the away games for Falcon fans coming out there, the experiences of just these events and things that we put on. San Francisco is probably going to be one of your toughest away games this year when it comes to just flights and hotels and everything. San Francisco is pretty pricey on that type of vibe. 49ers take care of their team, man, especially in that city. So just want to let y'all know for those that are traveling this year when the schedule drops, San Francisco and New Orleans will probably be the first two you probably want to look into, and then New York for that Jets game. So that's just a little quick tip for you all, Falcon fans. So hit that like, share, and subscribe button. But we
Hey,
have a lot
Jack.
going on. What's up, Carrie?
I don't know if I had to step away for a few minutes. I don't know if while I was gone, did you guys talk about the Harry Douglas tweet that he put out this morning? I don't know if you guys got a chance to see that.
We did not talk about the Harry
Okay.
Douglas tweet, but I can go
Yeah.
ahead and get to that.
Okay,
Just
cool.
a
So
second.
he's like, it seems like he's teasing something. He said, "Ooh, y'all ready? Hey, Roddy White and Julio Jones, you think they ready?" So I don't know. They're cooking up something between Harry Douglas, Julio, and Roddy
Don't they
White.
have a podcast coming out? Don't they? I
Is
think they
that
got
what
a
it
podcast.
is?
Yeah.
He mentioned something about a
Okay.
podcast.
So
Now, hey, let me tell you something. That would be a really cool podcast. Hold on, let me get this up here. Yo, man, big shout out to Harry Douglas too as well, man. Harry Douglas, Harry. Look, so big shout out to Harry Douglas. Now, Carrie, you just mentioned he put the tweet up there. It is right there.
right there.
Wow, I would love to sit there and listen to that podcast. Just don't make it Sunday at 8, Harry. Don't make it Sunday at 8. Please don't make it Sunday at 8. Or Wednesday at 8. Or Friday mornings at 9:30. But no, Harry Douglas, man, big shout out to you. You know, on and off the field, great guy too as well. To go into the media field and do what you're doing right now, you've taken off, man. I think he's done work with 92, the radio station. He's on ESPN, and now if they pull this podcast off, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm gonna be sitting there listening to it. And I know fans will sit there and listen to it too as well. There might be some fans that's upset about Julio and with the past and all that stuff. But Terry, Carey, your thoughts? Would you sit there and watch this podcast or listen to it?
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely. Without a doubt. Why wouldn't I?
Miss Carey, would you sit there and watch that?
100%. You already
Can't
know.
beat that. You can't beat that, Falcon fans. Like, it's about respecting that Falcon logo, man. And these three guys right here, they put a lot on the line for the team, on and off the field and for the community. So just to see that if they have a podcast getting ready to get cranked up, I'm all for it, man. So big shout out to Harry Douglas, and of course Roddy and Julio, if they do get that started. Let's see here. Chat is live and lit. T-Bo, I think we're going to get to that mark in just a minute because Carrie's here. But we got to catch up to the chat. Because, when the fans leave the comments in the chat, you know how it is with the special guests? Like, when we first started the podcast, the comments were just, like, super easy to get to. Because we've, kind of built up a following of fans that really love to talk football with us. Falcons football at that. That we do try to do the best to catch up with the chat. And of course, with special guests and everything, it is kind of difficult. I got you, Kerry. But let's see what we got here, because I know the chat is still live and the chat is lit. He said, "Who the hell is Emory Jones?" Remember last year the Falcons brought in Emory around the time of, I think it was the Commanders game. It was trying to do like a scout in the defense when it was practicing to use Emory to like run around like Jaden Daniels. But I don't think Emory will probably be here. It's probably going to be. I don't want to get to, it's going to be Penix and Kirk. But if it is Penix and Kirk, then that is what it is. But Emory probably wouldn't be the backup if Kirk wasn't here anyway. And that's no disrespect to as well. Mock that thing up, Jack. Big shout out to Dwayne Ruffin in the chat. We're going to get to it in just a second. Michael said, "I feel Green will be gone before 15. We'll pull up a mock draft simulator in just a minute, see where Mike Green lands. chat will be, pretty live and lit to find out, you know, what pick we can take if we trade back. We're definitely going to trade back though. Dwayne Ruffin said Divine is going to surprise some folks. I definitely do think he's going to surprise some people. Um, Grant Harmon in the first, Collins. Oh, you said Grant Harmon in the first, Collins and Walker in the second. There's a couple names to look for. Walker and Collins, about 6'7". Okay, Georgia Texas boy in the chat talking Falcons. Let's see what we got here. We just signed a kicker with a monster leg. Is it trouble for Koo, T. Will?
It could be. It could look it. A hip injury is a serious thing for anybody in sports, for football in particular, but specifically for a kicker.
Mm-hmm.
Very much so for a kicker. So this could be a low-key move to replace Koo. I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it isn't. But it could be. At a minimum, it's competition. At a minimum, it's low-key competition. It's at a minimum, you're pushing Koo to say, hey man, figure it out. Whatever you got going on, figure it out. Those are my thoughts. Jack, what do you say?
Well, I want to find out Kerry's thoughts too as well, but I'm telling you this when it comes to the Koo situation, we haven't talked about it much here on One Time for the Fan. And some fans probably would point that out, like, yeah, you guys haven't mentioned, Koo and the injury, and what's your take on him this offseason? Of course, Koo's going to get healthy, and we want to see Koo get back to 100%, just like every player who's was banged up last year. But if you do have competition going in camp with Koo and another kicker, fans will quickly remember what happened last year when Koo was injured and couldn't make those kicks. So if this kicker with a monster leg comes in and starts nailing kicks from 55 and 57 and 59 and 60 and 61 and 59, and you keep hearing this, and people keep, that's the cool thing about the Falcons creator space. People will talk about this quickly. Twitter will erupt quickly. Facebook will erupt quickly to where they're like, this new kicker that the Falcons brought in is out here, setting numbers. He's putting up numbers out here. And that's going to be the problem for Koo, that the Falcons may look at it and say, yeah, I remember what happened last year too as well when he had an injury and couldn't bail us out of a couple situations. And, and fans, we have those games in Atlanta where it comes down to the last couple minutes, Kerry. It comes down to the last, 2 or 3 points. And you need that field goal. That Saints game could have ended up with a field goal kick, right? I mean, Koo missed, 2 or 3 of those kicks that day? I know he was, injured from what fans and the reports were saying. Right. But one of those kicks could have helped us win that game. Right? So fans are going to remember that stuff where it's like, yo, there's competition. And then when we brought in a guy like Riley Patterson, he went in there and started making a couple kicks, and then he missed a couple. So fans are like, bro, don't tell me we have a kicker issue here in Atlanta. Kerry, Falcons just brought in a guy. I'm going to pull up here. I'm going to pull up the report. Is this competition for Koo?
Oh, 100%. I think for me, I appreciate the move. Raheem, you're showing that, you're growing as a head coach because, a lot of people are upset that with the injury, with the health of players' injury management last season. A lot of people thought, maybe Kirk should have been benched sooner. Koo should have been benched sooner because, they're losing games for your team and you got to put the team first. So for me, I like this move because, like you said, sometimes it comes down to a game-winning field goal. And, Koo used to be clutch, but last year he was injured and he was trying to play through that injury. And unfortunately, he did not win us some games like he normally would have. So for me, this is pretty big. Young guy, I think he's like 24, if I remember right. 23 actually. In August, he'll turn 23. So he's very young, 22 years old. For me, though, the deal they signed him to it's not necessarily a replacement for Koo, but man, it definitely has Koo on the hot seat because they signed this guy to a 3-year deal and even gave him a signing bonus. And the reason why they did that is because he really impressed at the NFL Combine. He went 14 for 14 on his field goal tries, and there was a hot market for him. He was supposed to meet with multiple teams. Thankfully, he met with the Atlanta Falcons first, and they got a deal done. So he never met with the other teams.
Mm.
But he had several
Falcons move quick on him.
visits lined up. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's why I feel they were kind of forced to give him that strong offer, with the signing bonus as well as a multi-year deal, not just a one-year deal. So yeah, for me, it's great. I'm
I
all
was
for it,
listening to a
honestly.
talk yesterday where a Falcon fan mentioned apparently the 55-yarder that he kicked had room to go for 60, which is surprising. I mean, Pat McAfee even gave this kid praise. So if this is Koo's competition, now don't forget, fans are going to say, hey, man, this is the off season. Like, this is not an in-game situation, right? There's not 70,000 people screaming and the music and the noise and the distraction of the game and the ins and outs of what's happening on the field. So let's see what happens, during game time. Let's put him in a preseason game and let's see. Let's let at least get the camp before we start saying it's competition. But one thing on one time for the family have to mention is Koo did have the injury last year. Some fans did point it out, and the kicking situation was a problem that we had. So the Falcons did make a move quickly, like Kerry said, before any other team signed this guy, brought him in. Maybe that is Koo's competition this offseason. Maybe that's a camp competition battle to watch for. This young man, what's his name again? His name is let's see.
German international. His name is. Gosh, I
Lord, can
forgot.
they
I'm
give a
sorry.
name here? They
Craig?
just come
No,
on, Falcons. What's going on here? What's his name? Oh, Lenny Craig.
Craig.
Lenny
Yeah,
Craig. Lenny Craig. Oh, his name is Lenny too.
Lenny.
Let me tell you something.
Sheesh.
Hey, you better watch out, cool.
Right.
A man named Lenny. And let me tell you something. I don't know too many Lennys who can kick a football. But Big Joker right here, 14 for 14.
Right.
He trying to get it. He trying to get that bread. And I'm telling you something. Let me tell you something. If he's kicking like that and he's consistent, he ain't finna be sent on no practice squad. I'm telling you
Right.
that right now. As soon as he hits that practice squad roster, some teams calling the Falcons to give me him. He's mine. So Falcons make the right move this year. We talking about quarterback and running back and wide receiver and edge. Don't let this kicker slip out your hand after you know he's good now. Now I know the Falcons are, they do that loyalty thing is built up with a lot of the players and people love Koo in Atlanta. It is what it is. But hey, we got to talk about that kicker situation too as well. If they bring in another punter, is Bradley Pinion's job in jeopardy? We can talk about that too. But the Falcons
Mm,
just brought in a kicker, so we got to
right.
mention
And
that.
the cool
Mark
thing
Cheney.
about it, Jack, is that
Mhm,
he is a German international, so he's in the NFL's International Player Pathway program, which means
mhm,
he's not going to cost us a roster spot. So that's another cool tidbit,
mhm,
as well.
mhm. That's true. So big shout out to all the Falcon fans that's tuned in for everything one time for the fan is putting out here. Because some fans honestly don't even get a chance to check Twitter or check Facebook or check Ian Rappaport or Adam Scheffner. They
Right.
wake up and this could be the first report they get is listening to One Time for the Fan. So thank you all for tuning in
Sure.
and being a part of this. What's up, Gary?
Yeah, I'm with Koo. Ever since he got out of that 7, he hasn't been the same. That 6 just doesn't hit the same.
Sheesh. That's tough.
Something special about that 7, I'm just saying.
That's tough. Falcon fans, hit that like, share, and subscribe. But Mark Cheney says Starks at 15 would be smart. Pamela Johnson's in the chat. The best road game I went to was Minnesota and Vegas. Both times I went to Minnesota was cold. Last year it was cold, and that time they slapped us a couple years ago, that Matt Ryan game. We got sacked on the first play. Um, that was a very cold game too as well. Minnesota, man, you just all around. You look at that game. If they ever say you're gonna be out there and anything past September 10th, it's gonna be a cold game. Um, but yeah, Vegas, I had a great time. Just to see the amount of Falcon fans that we had in Vegas was just amazing. It really felt like a home game. And then it was just random. You had, Kirk Cousins playing up against Desmond Ritter. and Ritter, almost came back to win at the end of the game. That shit was wild. But Vegas, and that's the thing I mentioned about with the Rise Up Tour fan club. Like, we put on these events and have a good time, and you know, meeting up for lunch and dinner and certain things, and gambling and going to the casinos and parties and stuff. I mean, that's cool. But just to see Falcon fans that you talk to on the podcast, Falcon fans that you talk to in these groups, um, out there on the road, like at these away games, that's the cool part, because it's blood, sweat, and tears in this stuff when you put on this Falcon gear and get on that plane and travel to a different city and go into enemy territory to do what? To support your team, right? I remember we was going to Philly last year, and fans remember that in the chat, Carrie. Fans were like, "Be careful, they're gonna throw batteries at you, and they're gonna
Right.
jump you, and don't walk by yourself, and you got to be careful where you sit." We came away with a win. Video of me jumping on top of the damn chairs at the stadium, going crazy. Like, come on, man. We just have good times when we go on the road, man. Big shout out to
Mhm.
Georgia, Texas boy. He said I get all my Falcons content off YouTube and Falcons message board and Bleacher Report. Big shout out to Berto too as well. He does a good job with Bleacher Report. Mark Cheney too as well. Big shout out to Mark Cheney in the chat. There he
I
is, Mark Cheney.
appreciate you, Mark. That's funny. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
I try to post everything, any updates of Falcons on there, honestly. That's where I
I
get
get
all
all
my
my
questions.
Falcons news from Carrie's Twitter. She's my trusted source. If anybody's talking sources with Mark Cheney, it's Carrie. So now we know. So if you hear Mark Cheney say, I got my sources, I got my sources, he's talking about Carrie. All right. So now we know. Big shout out to Miss Carrie. Big shout out to Mark
Appreciate you.
Cheney. Minnesota was a dome stadium, and their fan base is by far the friendliest. Yeah, pumping the fake snow into the stadium and doing like the Game of Thrones type of, stadium entrance with like, the Vikings, and that's actually pretty cool how they do it. They take a lot of time in setting up the presentation, but they have the damn fireworks that go off too as well. And the fireworks are pretty loud in that stadium, and they usually kind of catch you off guard. It's kind of like that Buck ship when you're sitting down there. Carrie, you know about that. The Bucks pirate ship, like they'll randomly just
Fire the cannon?
damn fire the cannon. Yeah, they'll fire the cannon like on third down and 2 or some shit.
So
And
annoying.
it's like, God damn, like why would you do that? Like who put that there? And
Yeah,
then the
just the
cannon is
FYI.
blocking the screen. Like,
Right.
come on, man.
Yeah. FYI, if you guys ever go to Raymond James, catching a Falcons Bucks game, do not sit near the cannons. I mean, that's for me. That's like the worst area of the field to sit in, because the sun always hits right there on that side. It's hot here in Florida in October when the games usually are in Tampa, and not just that, but those cannons, man. If you're sitting right behind those or in front of those cannons when they go off, it does something to your ears. I'm just saying.
Yeah, so Falcon fans that have not been to Tampa, I know there's a lot of fans that are looking to travel to some away games and start up on their I want to go to all 32 stadiums type thing. Well, the Rise Up Tour Fan Club, we can help you with that. I'm on my my 20th stadium, I think it is, and then this year I
That's
got 4.
awesome.
I'm going to San Fran, going to Indy, going to New York, and going to New England, which I think as a fan, the toughest game for me is going to New England,
Wait, are you going to
right?
Tampa
Like,
too?
hmm?
Are you still coming to Tampa?
Oh hell yeah! I mean, you already
Oh,
know I'm
okay,
going
just
to
making
Tampa.
sure.
Like
Oh, those
Tampa
are
and New
your new
Orleans,
ones.
that's a
Okay,
go.
that's
That's
your
a go.
just new ones you're going to. Okay.
Yeah, so that's 4 of the new ones on the schedule this year. So I get to chart those off, and I think next year we're going to Green Bay and some other things. So I'm just trying to get all these stadiums out the way. There are members of the Rise Up Tour fan club who's already been on their tour already, and they're already at all 30 something stadiums. So they're going back and doing their next tour, which teams are building new stadiums, right? The Buffalo Bills getting ready to have their stadium up. The Jags getting ready to have their stadium up real soon. Bears, I think, getting ready to start working on their stuff. The Cleveland Browns just wrote out a new stadium plan. So in the next 10 years, I believe all NFL teams will be looking into it. Kerry has to get ready to step away here. Oh, Pamela Johnson said the Viking horn and human mascot, totally awesome. So that horn is kind of annoying too as well. When you're losing the game and you hear that shit constantly, it's annoying, right? It's just annoying. Um, it's kind of like, what is that song too? Oh, that Cincinnati Bengals song. I hated that damn song. Um, all the fans get involved and then the balls on the screen with the letters. I hate that shit because you're getting your butt whooped and then you're looking up and these teams are just chanting this crap. But then the Vikings song too as well with the "Go Vikings Go" crap, or "Skull Vikings Skull," whatever it is. Pam Johnson at Lucy Juicy Burger was so good. There's some good eats out there in Minnesota too as well. Georgia Texas boy said he wants to see us when we come to Arizona. Georgia Texas boy, you ain't got to worry about it, bro. We're gonna set you up perfectly fine where you're gonna be in Arizona, bro. Like, make sure your hotel's where we're gonna be at, partying, hanging out, breakfast, lunch, dinner. Like, bro, we've been to Arizona 2 years ago. We turned up in Arizona. Arizona's actually a great time, so I would recommend not trying to go out there for a day or two. If you can, take an extra day because they have so much to offer in Arizona when it comes to just like experience and hanging out and having fun. You guys will enjoy it. Miss Carey got to step away, so we want to go ahead and get these shout outs in. I'm probably going to run a quick mock for you all so you guys can talk some Falcons football. But Miss Carey, your shout outs, you talked almost 2 hours of Falcons football with us this morning. Almost 4.5 hours with T Will last night. You get the award, Miss Carey.
Man, we're just diehard Falcons fans over here, and I love talking with y'all. And it was so much fun last night. If you guys get a chance, go. If you have time, I mean, it's a long show. We did a quick 4 hour show last night, so, but
Mm-hmm.
it was fun. Honestly, you could even start at Chris A1 Forever Sports. You could start at his mock draft, and that's when it all went off the chain, off the rails. From there, it got real funny, starting at his mock draft. I don't even think we finished it, to be honest. So yeah, but no, shout out to everyone from last night. Shout out to you, Jack, T Will, Bodie. Yeah, shout out to everyone in the chat. I really appreciate you guys. Thanks for coming to support us. Hope you're happy and healthy. Hope you have a great weekend. And hopefully we hear some Kirk news. Hopefully he doesn't fly back to Atlanta. Just saying. But hopefully he stays in Cleveland. But have a good day, everyone. I appreciate you.
Falcon fans, hit that like, share, and subscribe button for Miss Carey. I'm gonna go ahead and put Carrie's. Here we go. So I can go ahead and follow Miss Carrie. You can see it right there on social media. She's on Twitter and of course Instagram too as well. So big shout out to Miss Carrie for joining us this morning. Falcon fans, let's see here. I know y'all getting ready to mock it up. Deke Ruffin's over there like, man, we about to do this damn mock or what, man? I'm on this West Coast. I'm 3 hours behind. I'm trying to show my homies over here in Cali this mock, man. This Falcons mock, man. We trying to get this team together. Mark Cheney said, great show as always. Mark, we ain't done, bro. Mark, we ain't done, man. Big shout out to Mark Cheney who joined us I think a week or two ago on One Time for the Fan. He's been on this show a few times. So big shout out to Mark. He's also joining us on draft night. So big shout out to Mark. Carrie will be getting up with you about the time slot. We're gonna do fans on the podcast before the pick. Make sure we get everybody in because we're gonna have a lot of people, and then we're gonna make sure we have fans and content creators and so on join us after the pick has been made on draft night too as well. Nando is in the chat talking Falcons football with us. He said trading back could get us Grant from Michigan, Ivy from Old Miss, Munden from Georgia, JJ Pegs from Old Miss, Sawyer, Ohio State, Gallup, Howard, Boiler from Florida A&M. I see 5 starters in my last mock by trading back. That's the good thing about this draft, Falcon fans. A lot of these defensive players, a lot of these defensive players that we're bringing up, we really want to see in Atlanta, right? Grant from Michigan. Some would even say Mike Green from Marshall, Jalen Walker, Malachi Starks, right? Some of these names that we're mentioning, you're going to hit on them, right? Falcon fans, if it's Malachi Starks, you can't go wrong that it's Malachi, right? For you dog fans, go dogs. But for you dogs fans, you can't go wrong that it's Malachi. You can't go wrong that it's Jalen Walker, right? Fans should not be upset if it's Kenneth Grant from Michigan. You're getting defensive presence. You're getting what you want. You waited years to get your defensive player. The way reference said, can't wait. You waited years to get your defensive talent in the first round, right? Raheem was right this year. He was right about one thing. He said we're not drafting in the top 10. Sure enough, we're drafting at 15, but we're not drafting in the top 10. So now it's not about getting the number one pass rusher off the board because you're not in the top 10. If Abdul Carter is the number one guy, he's going probably before 5. We got us a super chat from Dwayne Ruffin. I'm sure Dwayne Ruffin's going to be here on draft night, seeing if he can win a prize, win a giveaway. We're doing live giveaways on One Time for the Fan. It's going to be great. So y'all get a chance to talk Falcons on draft night, get a chance to win some giveaways, some cool prizes here from One Time for the Fan. Don't forget, we had some really cool prizes we've given away in the past. We've given away Falcons tickets to a game. We've given away jerseys from Falcon players at the game. Not saying a Falcon player gave me the jersey. We've bought jerseys to give away for Falcon fans here on the podcast. Falcons merch too as well. We got some stuff lined up. It's going to be real cool on draft night. But a super chat from Dwayne Ruffin. $2, no matter what it is, make it be 50 cents. Super chat goes a long way. It goes to the draft night giveaway bin. Because, man, right now with all the super chats we've got, I'm going to match it. So that way we're going to really give away some nice giveaways on draft night. So big shout to Dwayne Ruff. He said, got to grab Mike Green, big dog. So I don't know what you know, but I know that you got to grab Mike Green. So, Dwayne Ruffin, if Mike Green does move up the draft board, he could even get as close to between 5 and 10 in that range. So you got to be careful for that too as well. And we got our special guest back. His name's T. Will. So big shout out to T. Will here joining us on One Time for the Fan. T. Will, I just mentioned that we had a super chat from Dwayne Ruffin here.
Deke, what up, Deke?
This morning here for the One Time for the Fan giveaway for draft night. It's going to be great to see everybody here, not only talking with Falcons football that night, but doing, being involved in our draft giveaway. He said, then Starks. He said, if it ain't Mike Green, then Starks. Well, hey, I tell you what, man, you're on the right path because you mentioned 2 defensive players.
We need
there
defense.
Might be some fans mad if you grab Mike Green because you didn't get Malachi Starks. And there's going to be some fans mad because you grabbed Malachi Starks and you didn't go after Mike Green. Either way, Falcon fans, you're going to get a defensive guy. So that's going to be the argument. Remember, every draft, Terry, every offseason, there's an argument between fans.
Yep.
Right? The argument this offseason is going to be, why didn't you draft this defensive player versus drafting this defensive player?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you said we needed a damn nose tackle. I thought you said we needed an outside linebacker. I thought you said we needed a pass rusher. Hey, look at Mike Hughes. I thought you said we needed a corner. What about D off? What? That's going to be the argument this offseason. Y'all went to sign Leonard Floyd. Leonard Floyd's a pass rusher. Y'all went and got the DD from the Raiders. What? Come on, man. We could have got Trey Hendricks. So it's going to be some argument. The next argument coming up in this fan base outside of the Kirk Cousins situation is draft night. Man, why do we pass on Jalen Walker, man? There they go Falcons again, man. There they go again, man. Man, why do we pass on Mike Green? There they go again, man. Man had 50 sacks in 2 games. Why do we pass on him? Just be prepared for it. For us here at One Time,
it's gonna happen.
I tell you what's gonna happen here, Terry, and agree or disagree, and give us your thoughts. For us here at One Time for the Fan, we're gonna be happy who gets selected on draft night.
Yeah,
we're gonna applaud it. We're gonna congratulate it. If it is Mike Green, welcome to the Falcons. If it's Jalen Walker, welcome to the Falcons. If it's Kenneth Grant, welcome to the Falcons. If it's some way somehow the wide receiver from Arizona. What are you doing here? But welcome to the Falcons. Terry, your thoughts, man. The next argument between Falcon fans is probably going to be, why didn't we draft this player?
Oh, it's definitely going to be that. I agree with you 100%, Jack. You can't make everybody happy. And it's been my experience that during drafts, somebody's always pissed off. Somebody's always going to be mad. Somebody's going to disagree, and it's just the way of the world, man. It is what it is. So I agree with you in that there will be disagreements and folks will become disenchanted, but they'll be all right. You know, they'll get used to it. I think as long as we get a defensive player, we should be good to go. Like I have faith in this franchise. I have faith in this front office, and you know, I believe that they are going to make the right decision. I just hope we trade back. You know, we don't have a lot. We need at least one more linebacker. You know, Troy Anderson can't stay on the field. And you know, you can't make the club from the tub. So we need that. We need an edge rusher. Some would argue we need another cornerback. Some would argue we need another safety. So I would like for the Falcons to trade back, hopefully get 3 picks from that in the top, let's say 150. And look, out of this draft, and from that, you got to draft at least 3 to 4 starters that you're going to have to start day one. Those are my thoughts. But yeah, it's definitely got to be a defensive player day one. You know, day two, you might look at a backup center. You might do that. I wouldn't be mad at that.
What the Falcons got to do? You said they got to do this, they got to do that. Terry, drum roll, please.
Bam.
What we got to do? We got to mock it up. That's what we got to do.
We gotta mock it up.
Because you fans are
Let me mock it up
here today.
How that song go? Let me beef it up. Let me mock it up. Mock it up. Mock it up.
The only thing to keep you guys calm this morning is the mock draft simulator.
The mock
we're gonna
draft.
Mock it up.
We're gonna mock it up. We're gonna mock it to
draft
you.
Heads, go ahead. Shit, not mock.
We're gonna mock out with our locks out.
What?
I'm just saying, we're gonna mock it to you. We're mocking the mic.
Eric, what?
We're mocking and rolling.
What? Terry, keep it going here if you're gonna keep it going.
I'm gonna sit down in my mocking chair.
What?
Oh boy. Hold on. Oh shit. I'm out. That's all I got. I was on a roll. I ran out. I don't know. I ran out.
All right, no mocking around. All right,
mocking job.
Fans.
No mocking around. All right. No, seriously, let's go.
All right, look. So what we did the other night, right? Because this was cool. Because I got some pretty cool reactions when I posted it on the One Time for the Fan IG story. If you're on Instagram, head over to IG and just hit the follow button real quick on One Time for the Fan page. You know, I do post from time to time over there. It's the off season. I don't post on the actual main wall. I usually keep everything in the story because everybody's just so quick to just look at story views these days. Like people just don't look at pages.
They don't even look at posts. They just look at the story. That's true.
Bro, I literally gave something. I was explaining something to somebody the other day at one of my jobs, and I gave them, you know, something they had to read in the picture, and they literally just bypassed what they had to read and looked at the picture and assumed.
And looked at the pic, yeah. What they do,
like,
man.
Bro, you can't do that in this world. Where did you learn this? Like, oh man, I just be scrolling. You just can't scroll on this. You gotta read it.
You gotta read it, brother. You have to read it. Mocking dirty birds.
Oh yeah, I seen it the other day. Like, no, what are you talking about? Read the. Oh my god! All right, but mocking dirty birds. Falcon fans, hit that like, share, and subscribe.
Mocking ain't
easy. What do you say, Terry?
Mocking ain't easy.
Mocking ain't easy. All right, look.
What the mock, man? What the mock?
What the mock? Jesus, I gotta go ahead and hit the wow. We use Scott Projections 2025 Atlanta Falcons depth chart projection to help us out. Because Scott's a good guy. He's like, oh, yeah, sure, use this. This is what I posted for, so you guys can use it. That's how he talks to. He's a good guy. But Scott doesn't have the draft picks here because he doesn't know who the draft picks are. But when you got this mock draft simulator up, that's the cool thing about it. We can go ahead and do that ourselves. So, Falcon,
yeah, we can.
Let's get straight to the mock. We got the Falcons up 7 rounds because chances are we're going to trade back. Let's enter the draft.
To draft.
All right, first pick, right? So Kerry talked about it the other day, or actually earlier today. Cam Ward shined at the pro day. He said a couple things to the Titans GMs and the coach. They kind of looked at each other. They smiled. I guess they had dinner with Cam Ward too as well. Possibly might be the pick. The video between him and Shadur Sanders is hilarious. If you guys haven't seen it, him and Shadur have this like love hate type of relationship when it comes to like being friends and talking trash on the field, right? So they're always trash talking each other. But it's funny. It is hilarious when you see Cam Ward like, all you do is throw screens. That's all you do. Say height, check down. Say height, check down. And then Shadera says, "What was your accuracy again? How many deep balls?" Like it's just funny as hell just to see them because they're probably going to be the top two quarterbacks selected in the draft. And then Cam turns to him, and this is what I don't hope is going to happen because none of these quarterbacks will play for Atlanta. Cam turns to him and says, "Man, I can't wait to play you in the Super Bowl because we like the leaders. They're the leaders. Remember we talked about this in the NFL? Michael Penix, Bryce Young, Kyler Murray. Even I'm naming some of these young guys. Like this is the future, right?
Mm-hmm.
There is going to be no more Aaron Rodgers at this point. There's going to be no more Kirk Cousins at one point. There's going to be, a couple of these older guys are getting out the way, right? These younger guys are coming up now. Look at our division, right? You got Baker Mayfield, you got Michael Penix, you got Bryce Young, and an aging Derek Carr. I don't think the Saints are looking at Derek Carr to say, yeah, this is our guy for the future. They want to get younger. That's why most of these mocks, you might see Shadur Sanders again on this mock be selected by the New Orleans Saints. And I ain't gonna lie, for Shadur Sanders in New Orleans, that city will support him. I guarantee you. I've been in New Orleans, like, I know New Orleans like damn near back of my hand when it comes to just, being down there partying and gambling and shit. Hell, we threw a fucking parade in New Orleans. That city will support Shadur Sanders. But let's get to this mock draft simulator.
Let's do it.
Cam Ward first. Abdul Carter second. If the Abdul Carter is the pick, Terry, some would wonder, well, who's your quarterback? Kirk Cousins.
Kirko, no change.
Let's see. The Giants go with Armand Membu, who Deke Ruffin pointed this out like a month and a half ago to me. Sent me a text and was like, Jack, you got to talk about this guy on the podcast. He's moving up right now. He wasn't projected in the top 10 when Deke Ruffin sent me the article. Look at Membu now. A lot of Fox Terry have this guy selected. Scott mentioned in the podcast last week, you can get this guy. That was the only offensive tackle he would select within the first 15 picks. And that would be your shocker. Right now, Terry, this guy on this simulator is selected to go third. So you see how fast these players are moving up. That's why some would believe that Mike Green wouldn't be there at 15. If Membu's moving up, then Mike Green is definitely moving up.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So these are some of the things to look at, right? Will Johnson, Will Campbell, another offensive tackle off the board. Travis Hunter to the Jags. For that Jags fan, Jarnell, that's usually in the chat, I used to joke about him with Jalen Ramsey that says your Jags would ever be good until they do right by Jalen Ramsey. You know that. Remember that? What's that? Oprah Winfrey. What's the one? Terry.
Till you do right by me, everything you do gonna fail. What she did with the right hand?
Do it again, Terry. Do it again.
Till you do right by me, everything you even think about gonna fail.
And for that, I joke with Jarnell about Jalen Ramsey, right? And if they select Travis Hunter, that might be their moment. Like Travis Hunter is he's a dog, man. Not saying go dogs. Like Travis Hunter is a dog on that field. Offense and
He's a
defense.
dog.
Him. Some teams wouldn't allow Travis Hunter to play both sides of the ball because of how valuable he could be to that team. Jacksonville is a team that they're just pretty much going under. Don't know why they're building a new stadium. Travis Hunter can end up playing all 11 positions if he wants to on that damn team. He can play a damn offensive tackle if he wants to on that team because the Jags, and this is for you, Jarnell, the Jags ain't shit. So Falcons,
they ain't shit. They ain't shit, Jarnell. They ain't gonna be shit. They weren't shit. They not shit. And they ain't shit again. How about that?
My boy gets a wow too. Look, my boy 3 Dirty's in the chat. He's on there.
3 Dirty.
Let's get it, man. Let's keep mocking. And we're only doing the stops right now for the mock, just in the first couple picks, and then after the first pick for us, we'll keep it moving.
Keep it
Great
moving. Let's
defensive
go.
Michigan. Let him go. He wasn't going to be the guy I was going to select anyway. Shadira Sanders goes to the Jets. Aaron Glenn gets his quarterback through our simulator. Shamar Stewart, who earlier in the offseason were making up to us. And, some of the journalists also mentioned Shamar Stewart as well. Carolina seems to be fit to take him in this simulator here. So at 9, no Shadira Sanders. Is it Jackson Dart? Who does the Saints want? Saints want the running back, Ashton Genty. Pressure on Kamara?
Pressure bust pipes. That's what they say.
Kamara will be out if this moves happens, you say goodbye to Kamara. Tyler Warren from Penn State goes to the Colts. Will Johnson, cornerback, goes to the 49ers. McMillan goes to the Cowboys. And Malachi Starks, Terry, goes to the Dolphins. And we play the Dolphins this year too as well. Chicago Bears select Kevin Banks, so they got some more help with Drew Dalman up front and Kevin Banks now. Terry, here comes our pick. And we get the Green Bay Packers.
That's not bad at all. That's
Green Bay
not
gives us
bad.
23 for the 15.
You get an extra second-round pick.
You get an extra second-round pick and 218. The crazy thing about these simulators is we had 4 or 5 different trade options the other night.
Yeah.
Today, we only get one. So Terry was able to choose from 3 or 4 different teams the other night. He was able to work out, do I want to counter this? Do I want to, see if I want to modify? Nah, we ain't doing that today because there's only one trade offer. Terry, I have to go to you, sir. Your draft the other night was really decent. Would you accept this trade? Let's play GM. You kind of resemble Terry Fontenot. For those that do not know, you look like Terry F. Baby.
Okay.
Let's get GM. Matter of fact, on draft night, could you put on a suit similar to Terry Fontenot for draft night? Is that possible, Terry, for the first couple minutes of the draft?
Maybe I can put on a jacket. I think I'm a little too fat for any suits that I have. But I put on a jacket. Hey, whatever we got to do for the Falcons, all good. No problem. But yes, Jack, hell yes. Yes 3 times. Yes times infinity. Yes, you're getting an additional second-round pick for what is a fifth? It's a no-brainer. Absolutely. You're only moving down 7 positions, right? Wait, hold up. Can we go back to the trade? Oh,
yeah, I'm going back to the trade. That's just Terry Fontenot's face on draft night, Terry. You got to make that face on draft night.
Wait, how's it?
Terry's in the chat.
That's a 7th-round pick.
Hey,
that's a 7th-round pick. You're getting a 2nd-round pick for a 7th round. That's a no-brainer, man. Yes times infinity. Absolutely, we make that deal. No doubt about it.
Terry's going to accept it. If I'm in the war room with Terry F. Baby, and Terry turns to me and says, "Hell yeah, we're making the pick. We're making the trade." So we're going to accept that. Packers, they go and they get who? They get Jalen Walker from Georgia. Okay. All right. So let's move back now. Tyler Booker, Matthew Golden. Here comes the Falcons up now. All right, bet. Whoa. Terry F. Baby.
Let's see what's next. Here? You're trading out of the first round now. I don't know that I would necessarily do. Let's see what other options we have.
You have 3 options here. Falcon fans in the chat, react. Hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Smooth season in the chat. Can we have a side-by-side with the hat off? I'll get that up for you in just a minute here. T-Way, everybody wants to see Terry F. Baby and Terry Fontenot. I'm telling you, man, that's Terry F. Baby right there.
Oh, wow. It's not. He's right there.
Draft night.
Okay.
Draft night. Holla at Terry.
Okay.
We're going to find out. Why did you select a wide receiver, Terry?
What were you doing? What were you thinking? Let's see what else we got.
What are your plans after work tonight? Jonathan Rozier. Terry, you working today?
No, I've got 2 more shows today.
2 more shows for Terry. I'm actually off too as well. I'm about to do some stuff with One Time for the Fans of this, man. We're about to take it to the next level. Got some stuff to work on. But chat, Thoughts, Terry? You're playing GM here. I'm kind of like,
Let's see
what
the
do you,
next. So we
what do you
got
want?
three. We got 3 offers, right? Let's see the next offer.
All right, see the next offer.
Yeah, I don't want to trade out of the first round if I can help it. So
The Rams would love to give you 2 picks for 23.
Let's keep going.
And your next offer, you see the Jets. The Jets have offered 42, 73, 110, and next year's second for the 23rd pick and 118. The Rams have come calling now. They said we'll give you 26 and 127 for that 23rd pick. And the Houston Texans. D'Amico Ryans is on the phone saying,
I might
hey,
take
man, it's
that.
just 2 spots.
That's 2 spots and another pick in the top 100. I might take that, Jack. I might take that. Unless there's somebody on the board that you just want to see. But I mean, you're at 23. I'd take that. Yeah, I'm taking that action. I'm taking that action.
This would probably be, and this is the cool thing about the simulator, because it gets you thinking, it gets your blood flowing. Like, wait, the Falcons would trade back twice on draft night? No way teams would come calling the Falcons twice to trade back. They're not that desperate. The Falcons are going to be playing a lot of these picks this year. And one thing we do not know, because a lot of this stuff doesn't get addressed or put out there into the media, but we don't know how many teams are calling to make trades behind the scenes with the Falcons. We found out, we literally, Terry, you was there. We found out about the Falcons trying to call the Giants from watching Hard Knocks when the Giants looked down at the phone and said the Falcons are calling. We sat there on draft night not knowing the Falcons called.
Not knowing
what
a
were
thing.
they calling for?
So look at you, still got Jihad Campbell on the board.
I think this is the pick. I think if we trade out of this pick, Terry, Jihad is gone before 25. This is just my thoughts. The best 2 defenders on this board right now left on your front would be Harmon and Campbell. And then you're going to go back into your second round guys, your Princeleys and your Donovans, and your Shamar Turners and those guys. So, Terry, are you accepting this at 23?
I would accept it, but what do you think?
I'm kind of with you, knowing that we're doing this draft live with Falcon fans here in the chat. I'm with you on trading back, but in a real situation, would the Falcons trade back twice in the first round? They might. It would be unheard of that for the Falcons.
Bro, this is the Falcons. This is the Falcons. It would not surprise me at all, because at the end of the day, you need picks, and you're right here. It's not like you're going back 5, 10. You're going down 2 spaces.
Okay. And we're not going to use Kerry's line with the Falcons don't have the money to pay the players. They do. They got it. Kerry's talking Falcons. Oh, the Rams. They took him. They took Campbell. Terry.
I'm not accepting this. At this point, look, we got our picks. Let's go. We got our picks.
All right,
let's
we're rolling out. This is it.
Yep.
So now it's time to draft now. So here's the cool thing, right? We don't have to worry about special teams. We don't have to worry about offense. And then we can just narrow it down to defense. Safety at 25. The Falcons probably wouldn't select Xavier Watts from Notre Dame, though he could be a pick in that first round. I know he's probably projected within 30 through 40, 44 to 45, around that area. But it's not a reach to go get a guy like Xavier Watts too as well. Big shot to Xavier. T-Will, you go to corner. They re-signed Mike Hughes. Remember, let's go back to the depth chart projection now. They re-signed Mike Hughes. Clark Phillips is there. They brought in Mike Ford. They got Keith Taylor from the Chiefs. Also, A.J. Terrell is there. And cornerback Lamar Jackson? What? Don't forget, if they decide to make a move and bring back D. Alford, that can be looked at. And if they decide to go in free agency to grab another corner. Siobhan Rivell from East Carolina is on the board. Benjamin Morrison and Trey Amos.
You can't see that, Jack. We're still looking at Scott's.
Yeah. I'm just going over. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Trey Amos is still on the board. That could be a second day pick. Probably don't see Trey getting the call day one. Every mock, every piece of information I've seen on Trey would be second round. Which, if the Falcons want to go get another corner, I would lock this guy in. Him and Thomas from Florida State, I would lock in. So let's get rid of safety. Let's get rid of corner. We're at 25. Let's go to linebacker now. Here's the deal. And Terry, I'm glad you did the 2 trades because this is going to open up a lot of fans' eyes here if the Falcons decide to go this route. It would be surprising for the Falcons to trade back, if we're going off of this draft, to select Carson Schweisinger from UCLA. That's not the pick. Barrett Carter is the guy who I've mentioned that you can get in your second round late. Or if he somehow slides to the third, you got to pick him up. That would be a good pick. But Terry, looking at this, it's not linebacker. Let's go to defensive tackle. Derek Harmon, for some strange reason,
Williams.
is still on the board.
He sure is.
From Oregon. To pair him with Dorless might be a matchup. You're talking about maybe the Eagles building that Georgia defensive front. Wouldn't it be random if they build like a, kind of like a ACC, like a Pac-12 type of thing,
Yeah. It says, no, I'm sorry. It says he's an effective 3 technique. Mm-hmm. He's got a high football IQ, and he's got quickness.
Now, for Derek Harmon, 6'4", 313, that's a big dude. You pair him next to Dorless, you pair him next to Rook. I mean, you got some big bodies on that front line. Walter Nolan is a guy some fans can call out at 25. It's not a reach to go get Walter Nolan. Some fans would say, why the hell is Derek Harmon still on the board at 20? It's a simulator. But if he's still on the board, if he was to trade back at 25, I'm telling you right now, on live, if I'm looking draft night and Derek Harmon's still there, I have Harmon circled on my draft board. That's number 1. He's on there, right? Kenneth Grant is on my draft board too as well.
Yeah.
But because Harmon is on the board, it makes it hard for me to say I need Kenneth Grant, Deion Walker, Walter Nolan. If I miss out, you know what I'm saying? If I miss out on these tackles here, Terry, in the first round, guess what? In the second round, I might be able to grab a Shamar Turner from Texas A&M, right? So there is possibility that you might be able to grab some of these guys too as well.
Can we look at edge, Jack, by the way?
That's the last one I'm getting to because, bam, the edge position. Guess who's still on the board at 25? And Terry, you just collected on your picks 25. You got 46. You got 54 and 89 now. So you collected 2 more picks. Still got 118 and 242 there. Terry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Come on now. Terry, your thoughts on this spot here. You're sitting at 25. Chat, you guys can react. You're sitting at 25. We've traded back twice. We've collected some really good picks. We're not trading no more. We're not picking up the phone. And the guy's in the corner right now with the envelope, Terry. He wants to walk across the stage. Terry, what are you doing here at this spot? You have Donovan on the board from Boston College. Some would say he's late first round, early day 2. Excuse me. Mike Green, projected probably first round. Is it the off the field issues that have him being pushed back? Because the damn sure ain't the on the field situation issues, because he has none on the field. The kid is phenomenal. 37. He was not there in this simulator yesterday at 37 when I did it.
He wasn't.
He was not there. So sometimes the simulators are right and wrong. Players moving up and down. Membu is a guy that we see is moving up. I see him top 15 right now. The simulator agrees. They have him third going to the Giants. Jahad Campbell. These are first round guys. The simulator is not wrong on a lot of these picks. These are first round guys. It's just where they're going to end up. Jalen Walker with the Packers, James Pierce with the Cardinals, McMillan with the Cowboys, Tyler Warren. These are first round guys. So the simulator does have a lot of credibility here. Is where are these guys going to end up? Some of these guys might end up on these teams.
It could be.
But Terry, 25. We've traded back. We got picks. Let's go back to Scott's projection. We talked about offense, Terry. It's not over here. We mentioned and you agreed it's up here up front, right? The tackles.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned the
Bad guys
linebackers,
win
right?
championships.
Appreciate that. The linebackers and the safety. Our biggest
Mm-hmm.
safeties off the board.
Mm-hmm.
The cornerback we mentioned, the top two, I would say, cornerbacks that's the left is in the second round.
Mm-hmm.
Linebackers, we're sitting right here looking at them. Outside of your edge, how you want to play it. Barrett Carter, second round. Terry, what are you doing in this situation, man?
It's either for me. It's either Donovan Ezeraku, and I probably would lean toward him. I'm afraid of Mike Green. I'll defer to you. What do you think? If it's me, it's Donovan. Or see, I don't know that I can take Grant. I don't know that I can take. Go ahead.
Be a reason. The Atlanta Falcons brought big dog Raheem Morris. The big dog, as Shay was.
The big dog.
And Terry Fontenot down to good old Marshall to go see that guy, Mike Green.
Mama, there go that man again.
On this mock, Terry, we've traded back twice. We gave the NFL their chance.
We did.
To draft this guy. If Atlanta's going to mess him up, hey, we gave a quarterback $100 million. What more can they say?
All right, we're going Mike Green. Let's go.
Welcome Mike Green to the Atlanta Falcons. It's funny how the segment earlier was draft Mike Green or a nah. We end up doing a random mock draft simulator here because we was just so caught up in draft talk. And we selected Mike Green, but because of the trade backs. Now look at this. Second round. Here come the Vikings now.
Yeah, I'm rejecting that. I'm not even looking at that.
Here come the Dolphins. So here's the funny thing. For the Falcons, Terry Fontenot, if you're extended, you're here for the future. How you're working your draft situation going forward in the future, you have an extra pick to play around with by swapping 2 spots. Don't forget.
Yeah, but it's a 7th round pick. I mean,
true.
That's a lottery ticket.
True. All right. So
that's a lottery ticket.
So I'll just save my breath. We'll use it as a rejection.
Yeah, that's a lottery ticket.
Okay.
Miami, you can read between the lines, Miami. That's
some
for
people
you.
Might want to package the 2026 7th and the 2026 5th to go. Some of them. The Madden. I'm just saying. All right, Terry's not in Madden mode today. He just wants to.
That's for Miami. Read between the lines.
Miami gets the better of the deal because they move up to get their guy.
Miami gets the finger is what they get.
7th round pick that we don't need, and we could be on a gem at 46.
Hey, you got Prince here. You got Prince here. You got Mama. There go that man again. There he is. Who we got at linebacker? Let's take a look. I don't think anybody's going to equal Prince, but let's take a look at linebacker and D tackle.
Okay, so here's the deal. We've already selected Mike Green at the edge. We go over here to Scott Caristics depth chart projection. Leonard Floyd, you guys know he's a veteran. He's penciled in as a starter on one side. Mike Green, Terry, do you pencil Mike Green over Arnold, or is it like a camp battle type of thing?
It's a camp battle.
It's a camp battle, so there we go. So we talked competition battles earlier. Wasn't nothing over here happening. A couple guys in the background, depth chart guys, 3rd, 4th receiver, backup tackle, backup guard. But over here on the defense, with drafting Mike Green, it could be a battle between him and Floyd. Could be a battle between him and Ebiketie. But fans are going to say, we need Green on the field week 1. So where is the battle? You have a guy that you drafted a couple years ago that's on his last year or so of his contract versus a guy that you're possibly about to draft now that's getting ready to start his rookie deal that just graced over 10-plus sacks in his college career last season. So it's like, what do you do in this situation? Now, Terry, we go to 2nd round at 46. Terry, you did a smart move earlier. You made those 2 trades. You got some leverage here. You got some value back that you can use. 46 is your pick, Terry. What are you doing?
Let's
You
look
said
at
you
D
want to go check
tackle.
out the linebackers.
I want to check out D tackle.
You want to check out the defensive tackle. Terry now
Yep.
wants to address the trenches. Let's go back to Scott's projection. Dorless, Rook, Taekwon, David. We don't know what's going on there. Katavia Street and Khalid Kareem. How are they going to put Khalid Kareem in that set too as well if he ends up sticking around? Terry goes defensive tackle. We bring up the share screen. Terry.
Yeah.
Guess who's still on the board?
Give me Kenneth Grant, man.
Terry, if you would have said any other name, you would have had to go and start your own podcast at 12:10 because I would have been finishing this mock by myself.
Yeah, let's
Terry, Falcon fans, if some way, somehow, let's go over talent on this field. You got Mike Green already with the 25th pick because Terry did a smart move and traded back. But now Terry has selected Kenneth Grant from the University of Michigan. Terry, I know Pro Football Network doesn't do the grades, but this is already like an A or a B right now. It can nowhere near a C. Nowhere near it. Terry, the Chargers, they're calling. They said they like how you fleeced the Packers earlier, but you can't fleece us. They said they want to look out for us, Terry. They want to give us an additional pick because we're already at 118. They want to give us one at 125. And Terry, they want to take that 2026 fifth rounder off of our hands. And they just want to move up one. Your thoughts, Terry?
Yeah, let's do it. It's one pick. You get an additional one. I believe that may be in the 4th or 5th round. Yeah, I'm doing that. I'm definitely doing it. Well, hold on. Let's take a look at the other offer.
Okay, let's take a look at the other author. So we go.
Nah.
Nope.
They give the finger.
Nope. Thanks to Jarnell.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yep. Hell no. Yeah. Let's go.
And I hope Terry.
I'm all over this.
Too.
I'm all over this. Let's go. I've got my edge and my D tackle. It's one pick. Yeah. Let's go.
Terry has. Let me tell you something. Terry F. Baby. Hold on. Let me get my picture back up. Hey, Terry F. Baby. Let me tell you something. You see this guy right here? You better get him in your war room. Terry, you better get him in your war room.
Yeah.
This guy
that probably
should
should be
Scott
Carisic. Yeah, it probably should be Scott Carisic in his war room, man. Scott's that dude.
Terry has made another immaculate trade right here with the Chargers. Now the Browns are calling now. Oh, y'all want Kurt? Oh, I thought Kurt was going to be involved in this. Shit. T. Will, they're trying to trade out. They just want to move up. We're going to say no to the Browns.
We still got Terry F. Baby's picture up. We can't see the
we do. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. It's okay.
The Browns are calling.
We're good. We're good. I don't want them. Nah, reject that.
We're good. Yeah.
Yeah, we're good on that.
In the chat, trade back with the Jets too as well. All right.
So you got
sitting at 55.
So that you know what? They took Harold Fannin Jr., which Jordan was talking about him. This guy's supposed to be a very good tight end. But let's see. So we got a D tackle, we got an edge. I do like TJ Sanders. Let's look at who else is still at edge.
Wow. Terry's choosing to double up on the egg.
Fat guys. Oh, shit.
How did he drop to the 3rd round? Oh, no, this is 2nd round. This is 55.
We still got Prince. You still got Prince.
Man, Terry, hold on. Who's your tackles left? Where's Turner? Turner's still on the board? Where's your linebackers? Carter's still on the board? All right. I ain't even going. Trey Amos is still on the board too as well. Yep. Damn, Terry, that trade you made was a smart trade. You see, Falcon fans, not just over certain players that were like, oh, Jack likes this guy, or Berto talked about this guy. These are some gems in this draft.
Yeah.
And if you're trading back, you're getting more leverage to say, wait a minute, Princely's still on the board? Wait a minute, Shamar Turner's still on the board? Wait, Barrett Carter's still on the board? Trey Amos is still on the board? Falcons, how can you miss?
Yeah. Hey, let's look at what we got so far. We got two D tackles.
You got two
What we got?
studs, Terry. You got Mike Green and
Yeah.
Kenneth Grant so far leading. And I'm talking about week 1. Grant needs to be on that field. Don't tell me y'all looking at Dorless and Rook talking about some Grant can't play. Boy, get your ass in there and play too. You played too.
Yeah, man. Let's look at Edge. Let's look at Edge again.
Ooh, I'm gonna tell you right now. I mean, Kennard. I've saw some reports on Kennard too as well. I'm not going Jordan Burks. He's there, but because I've seen players drop down in this draft, Terry, I wouldn't be surprised if Jordan Burks is still there at 118 when you get back your other pick. Oh no, you got 89 too as well, Terry.
I
You can
do.
still come.
I
Wow,
do.
if you don't nail on Princely now, you can still nail on Jordan Burks at
All right,
97.
let's look at linebacker.
Okay, let's go linebacker. 46 is not a reach to go grab this guy Barrett Carter from Clemson. You keeping things in the South. You got Marshall, you got Clemson, you got Michigan is more up north, but Kenneth Green is a dog.
Chris Paul.
Chris Paul Jr. Wow, Chris Paul Jr. Terry.
I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. I'm vacillating between him and Barrett Carter. Let's look at the cornerback and safety again. Let's see who we got. See if anybody jumps out.
I got you here. At corner, Trey Amos is one that stands out. Denzel Burke from Ohio State is one that stands out. Zy Alexander from LSU is a guy that stands out too.
Kobe Bryant. Yeah. All right, let's look at safety.
Safety, of course, late rounds who my guy is. I mean, I'm not a big fan of, I'm a dog fan, but Malachi Moore is going to be there, late third, late fourth. And a safety from Alabama. And I think we hit on Helms before the injury. I mean, you can't go wrong with a guy like that too as well. Billy Bowman from Oklahoma. I was watching some college football reports today. It was randomly on TV, and they were talking about Billy Bowman too as well. So maybe this is a guy I might have to look into going forward. They said he was moving up in the draft stock.
Yeah.
So I mean that's Billy Bowman, but I don't know too much about him.
I'm gonna take another edge here. Let's go edge. Let's go with the Prince, man. I'm taking the Prince. Let's go.
He's going with the Prince right here. I can't wait to post this and see what fans on social media say. Matter of fact, I want to go see Tori McElhaney put her report up. So I'm gonna go look at her mock real quick, and then and big shout out to Tori too as well. That Fox 5 crew, they do a great job over there. But maybe we nail some picks that Tori probably has the same picks too as well. Because a lot of these names are, they're getting familiar right now because we're getting closer to draft. So like Kerry mentioned, Bengals fans are saying, give us Mike Green. We'd love to have him with Trey Hendrickson. Right? That stuff is,
look at the second offer. Let's look at the second one. Nah, I'm good.
All right, rejection.
Yeah,
all right, so Terry, so far you talking about watch me beef it up, watch me get out. Talking about Mike Green, edge, Marshall, Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle from Michigan, Princely, you man, the edge from Ole Miss. Talk about offense wins games and defense wins championships. Terry, you just brought in 3 players that fans are going to be, I'm talking about just going crazy for if they know college football. 3 players right here that can help your defense.
Mm-hmm.
Terry, you help select them right here with that trade back. Your thoughts, Terry, as we keep moving on this mock.
Let's look at linebacker.
Go to linebacker now. And you got Demetrius Knight Jr. from South Carolina. Made some noise here too as well. Jack Kisser from Notre Dame. A lot of fans mentioned that the other night too as well. Jack Kisser is a player that I think could fit in Raheem's scheme. If you're going off of early right here, day 2. If you're going late, let me see if Kobe move up yet. Let me see. Did Cody? I wonder if he moved up. 243. So he's still late rounds right now. Falcons did go to Ohio State. His RAS score is an 8.58, and he's projected in like the 5th and 6th round. But the Falcons did go to Ohio State, if they're looking for a defense, I'm sure the coach from Ohio State would say, Ryan Day would say, you gotta go look at Cody Simon. And that's a player to look for. And of course, their other linebacker who's up here right now. I can't see if I go find him in a minute. He's up there too. But Jack Kisser's a name, Terry. Just let me know where you want to go with this.
I'm going Kisser here. He can cover. He's got speed. I'm gonna go Kisser.
So now you're at 89. Jack Kisser, you still have 118 and 125.
You know what? You're right. Okay, you're right.
So
you're right.
If you
you're right.
do go linebacker, Leonard Floyd.
Well, let's look at corner here. Let's look at corner here.
So this means you're probably not bringing back D. Alford. You still have, of course, on your team AJ Terrell, Keith Taylor, Mike Hughes, Mike Ford, Clark Phillips, Natron Brooks. There's going to be another battle, definitely, if we go corner here. Zy Alexander, guy that I was mocked earlier. Haven't heard too much on Kobe Bryant. That's so cool for his name to be Kobe Bryant right there. And spelled differently too. Terry, your thoughts? Zy Alexander's my guy, but he's at 108.
All right, let's look at D tackle again.
Oh my gosh, you cannot. Now, let me tell you something. This mug joke, this joker right here gets after.
Yeah.
Me. There was two Shamars on that Texas A&M defensive front. Shamar Stewart, Shamar Turner. Shamar Turner's name was being called a lot. Jordan Phillips from Maryland still back there in the back too, as well, 128.
Let's go Shamar Turner.
Hey, this Arizona is good as hell. That's the new one too, as well. The Tropical Chillsicle. You try that one too?
Okay.
Yeah, try that one, man. Giving shameless plugs to Arizona.
Gotta try it. Shout out to Tito's.
Shamar Turner. Shout out Tito's. Oh, don't forget now. Hold on now. We got our Tito's. You can't forget that. Always keep a bottle of that.
Shout out to Tito's. All right. All right, so we're at 118, right?
Yeah, we're going to catch up with the chat here too as well. So a big shout out to Georgia, Texas boy. Billy Bowman is a Falcons type pick. Great ethos on and off the field. So I'm guessing he probably did see the report that I saw on Billy Bowman too as well. Georgia, Texas boy also said MB at 55, Trey Amos or Kobe Bryant at 118. Raymond Collins in the chat. Afternoon, one time for the fan. Raymond Collins, we're just preparing for draft night.
Raymond, what's up, man?
4.5 hour show last night. Terry almost did 5 hours talking Falcons and jokes and roasting, and I had a great time with the Falcon fans in the chat and other content creators, and of course his brother Eric Parker too as well. So we're just here about another 15 minutes. Got a chance to talk Kirk Cousins and some other stuff. But we got into some draft talks and decided let's do a mock. So, with us missing the show on Wednesday night, we really wanted to make sure fans can enjoy this breakfast with one time for the fan. You got Chris Paul Jr. at middle linebacker, Georgia, Texas boy, giving his thoughts. Your boy Deezy is in the chat. He said, go offense. Terry F. Baby, we're going to go offense in a minute, right? We got to get a kicker, right? No, I'm just playing.
I would take this trade. You're 5 back. You get another pick, probably 6th round. I'm taking that trade. I would take that.
So no other trade offer right here. 118. Terry's collecting. Terry, there's some people that would say F them picks. Terry's saying, nah, we need them picks.
We don't have resources. We don't have. I mean, we can sign these guys for cheap. We probably have to make another move or two, but this is assuming the Falcons make no other moves. Yeah, I'm doing this.
Don't forget, Falcon fans, we are doing this mock, like Terry just said, with the moves the Falcons have made.
Correct.
Right? We're not assuming that, of course, the Falcons are going to go sign a corner today or a safety tomorrow. We don't know. But what we're looking at right now is what the Falcons have done and how the draft could look a month from today. Right? Yep. Terry, now, as you just mentioned, for those in the back, what is the gist of all these trades that you have made? Because you not only made one trade or 2 trades. Terry, you're on like your 3rd trade right now. And if this is draft night, other teams know that you're like super friendly with these trades, so everybody's calling you now to see if they can move up. what's your gist of just these trades, Terry? Why are you making so many trades?
Because it's cheap talent. And because at the end of the day, if you're going to play Draco 30 million, which you're probably going to have to, at least, you're going to have some guys that you can pay that are economically viable, that fit into your budget. So, most NFL rosters, half's expensive, the other half has got to be inexpensive, right? So, yeah, that's cheap talent. If you can get 4 or 5 starters out of this draft, and maybe 2 or 3 second stringers, it's fruitful and successful. And you're gonna have that. Look, your offense is great, but your defense, as we've seen, you gotta staff it. So yeah, man, let's do it. Let's take it. I'm all over it.
Hey,
I mean, you're 5 down.
Hey, hit that like, share, and subscribe button, man. It's going down in a major way. Your boy Deezy said rotation, the more the better. Somebody also mentioned about getting Shamar Turner when we had Rook. You got to keep that rotation moving. That's one thing the Eagles did. Terry, you are going to accept this draft, this pick, right? This trade.
Yeah, I'm accepting it. Yep,
we're going to accept that so the Steelers can move up. But like Terry mentioned, you need these draft picks, right? You got to get some rotation. You got to get some bodies in there. And the Eagles did it with a bunch of young guys. If you want to follow that type of philosophy, that's what won a championship too. When you heard that they didn't blitz, it doesn't mean that every team's going to follow that module of what the Eagles did. But getting some of these young guys on the line, you just got rid of Grady Jarrett, who was getting triple teamed. For years. You have to get some bodies on that line, some big boys. You got to switch that rotation out a lot. But think about it, Falcon fans, tap in. Rook from last year. Fans wanted to see Rook here, right? We did get a lot of Rook, but fans wanted to see more. Brandon Dorlus only played 2 games. Are you keeping David? We need the $9 million. So let's just say Dorlus is back out there this year where they keep him on a play restraint of only playing like 3-4 games. Let's just say David is not even out there. Now you definitely need another guy up front. Really, you need 2. Tyquan Graham. Who's been calling Tyquan Graham name in Atlanta recently? Like, let's be honest here. You guys, we got to get some bodies up here to start switching some guys around. So Tyquan Graham's name could get called the way it's supposed to be called.
Yeah.
Right? We want Tyquan to be the better player this year that he's always wanted to be. We want Rook and Browning to do that. Contavious Street, Terry, you pointed this out last year. Eddie Goldman and Contavious Street, they had a hell of a one-year deal with the Falcons. They came in there and they played their ass off for what? To get a couple combined tackles and tackle for loss and help out with the run defense and stuff the runs and those gaps. Contavious Street is back in Atlanta. He got him a job. Eddie Goldman went to the Commanders. They did their job, but we need bodies up front, man. We got to get some more big boys. When that rotation is coming in and out, Shamar Turner, Kenneth Grant, goddamn, Ruka Roar, damn, boy, they got some boys up there now. Let's go. Now, you guys might say, hey, we had that last year with Grady and David. Yeah, that's true, but we're getting younger. Some people was mad about Grady Jarrett being here not only through the contract, but just, hey, man, he's been here a long time. We ain't getting nothing accomplished with Grady. Time to let him move on. He's been here too long. All right, so let's get younger now. You got a second-year Brandon Dorlus. You got a second-year Ruka Roar. Tyquan's going into his 4th year, I think, still. David, I mean, I don't know where he's heading. Contavious Street been bouncing around a lot. But outside of Contavious, you need to put 2 more guys up front. So Terry, with these excellent moves he's made through the draft on this mock that we went through, has went and grabbed Kenneth Grant and Shamar Turner up front. But that's muscle. That's muscle. And Terry went ahead and double dipped and got an edge rusher on one side and the other side. So now guess what? Floyd Trice, y'all battling with Princely, Mike Green, Aaron Dedicated D'Angelo. Y'all battling down there for competition. Terry's addressing both sides. Y'all wanted defense? Terry giving you defense. And guess what else Terry did? Look, he gave y'all picks. You still got 1, 2,
we can't see it.
4 picks.
Yeah. Can we see the picks? We're looking at Scott's thing right here. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I'm just back and forth on
That's
the
all right.
projection.
It's all good. It's
Terry
all
got
good,
4
man.
more picks after helping draft 4 studs here with the trade backs.
Yeah.
And guess what? After the 25th pick is not expensive. You're not paying that 25th pick like you're paying that
Yeah.
quarterback in the 5th pick.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
Travis Hunter pick is way more expensive than Mike Green.
It is. It is. Amen. It is.
These 4 picks right here is going to equal up to what Cam Ward is getting paid at 1.
Yep.
So the Falcons are good. That's why you trade back, because you did your BPA. Best player available is damn near 4 of these jokers right here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You go and look at your draft boards, Falcon fans. Do your notes. Do your fact check. If these 4 players are not on your board right now in the first couple of rounds, you are not drafting correctly. You are not mocking correctly. Shamar Turner should be there. Princely should be there. Kenneth Grant and Mike Green, regardless of the allegations, should
Mm-hmm.
be there.
Mm-hmm.
And we can keep going. Go back to the first rounds. You got to keep going back up here to the top. Let's keep going. Because now I'm getting into it. Abdul Carter will be on some people's board because they're hoping he can slide to 15.
Mm-hmm.
Travis Hunter's not on your board, Falcon fans. He shouldn't be.
Mm-mm.
That's Facebook talk. Hey, what if we get Shamar Stewart? What if we get Shamar Sanders and Travis Hunter? Which I think about that. Thoughts? Nah, that shit ain't happening.
Mm-mm.
You can just delete the post. You just trying to stir up some controversy. It ain't happening. Mason Graham might slide back. Shadir is not on your board. Stewart was on your board, but if the Panthers want him at 8, we didn't want him at 15. Go ahead. I'm speaking the facts. Will Johnson, he was on our board early. They talked about the Michigan cornerback before they signed Mike Hughes.
Mm-hmm.
McMillan's not on your draft board. Malachi Starks, why would he be on our draft board? Well, you got Jesse Bates that are going to have to restructure, which they just did. And they're going to have to, keep him here going forward long term. Everybody wants Jesse here for the rest of his career. But then you're looking at Jordan Fuller. Well, he did 1 year he did 1 year in Carolina, and then he did a couple years with Raheem with the Rams. He got a 1-year deal with us. Is he the starting safety? So Malachi Starks have to be on your draft board. Oh, don't forget the Falcons sent everybody and the dog down to Georgia to go see all those players. Starks, Williams, Walker. Kevin Banks shouldn't be on there. Jalen Walker's on there. James Pierce Jr. should be on there. Falcons, we're speaking facts here. Terry, 123. I'm live, man. I'm lit. 123. You've addressed 2 defensive tackles, your trenches. You got 2 edge rushers.
Yeah, let's look at a linebacker here. Okay. It's either got to be linebacker, cornerback, or safety. So
now you're going linebacker to help out with Caden Ellis and Dede and Troy Anderson. Of course, everybody loves Troy. But we need some speed up there, Terry. We got to get around. We got to get to it. Now, I wouldn't be too opposed to you going after Dumas Johnson from Kentucky late, Jack Kisser here, Demetrius Knight from South Carolina too as well. Demetrius is going to be a really good day 2, day 3 gem wherever he ends up. Jack Kisser. Terry, you got 3 picks right here at linebacker that can help you out. Your thoughts, man.
Let's see Kisser's metrics. Let's see what they had to say about him.
Outstanding coverage linebacker with rare instincts when dropping into coverage. Consistently shows the ability to take away open angles. That's good because we need a guy. We don't need tight ends getting space on us. And that's another thing that hurt us last year too as well. And in the past, random tight ends get space on us. We put safeties up there in the box and they just destroy the safeties too as well. We're not going to have that. Has a strong feel for spacing and route development while in zone. That's good. He's confident. Has the ability to cover running backs at a high level in one-on-one situations. Terry, the check down, take away the check down. Force them to throw downfield. We got Jesse Bates, right?
Yeah.
Possesses excellent closing speed. Okay.
Let's go Kisser here.
Let's go Kisser. He's going to be joining with J.D. Bertram. He's going to be with Caden Ellis, whose IQ is through the roof. And, he got some other guys over there he can work with. So Terry, once again, has addressed defense with the first 5 picks. Falcon fans, I bet not hear no complaining if 5 of the picks that the Falcons make by doing trades are all defense. I shouldn't hear no complaints because right now I'm looking at this draft. I would love for this to be my draft right now. I don't know what the next 3 picks are, but if these guys are on my field right now as a Falcon fan, I'm talking hella shit in the group chats. I am going into every Saint Pan or Falcon Panther, Falcon Bucks group, and I'm talking cash money shit this season because of these picks that Terry has helped made here on One Time for the Fan. Chat is live, chat is lit. Let's see what we got here. Christy Lewis within our division. The Panthers and Aints are also in need of wide receiver and corner, tight end center. Panthers edge, Bucks Panthers, and DT Aints. With our pick being so late and few, Terry may look more to post draft. So that is true too as well. The cool thing about it is we can do these talks now. Come back Sunday night and do the follow-up talk to see if the Falcons did anything in the next 2 days. Come back next week, Wednesday, and do the follow-up talk to see if anything's happening in a week. Because things are going to happen to where we notice that the team might go get this guy. Let's just say the Panthers go sign a big-name wide receiver this week or a big-name corner. They might not draft that guy, so now they got to look elsewhere. So I'm also trying to stay in tune with other teams around us because that's going to hurt us too. If we're looking for a pass rusher and the Panthers are looking for a pass rusher, let's just say the Panthers don't want Shamar Stewart, right? Let's just say they take Jalen Walker and we really wanted Jalen Walker. Well, now we're out on the guy that we wanted. I don't need the people in our division going after what we need, though. If the Bucks need a wide receiver, focus on that for round 1. If the Panthers need a tight end in a corner, focus on that on round 1. Because we don't need a wide receiver, tight end, or corner in round 1. We need that edge rusher or that big boy in the middle.
Yeah.
So it's good to know that the teams around us might not be keying in on what we need first round.
Yeah.
And I see the Panthers might be really eyeing Shamar Stewart.
Let's look at offense for a second. Yeah, let's look at offense.
What?
Yeah, let's look at offense.
Terry, you know that word? What?
I do, right? Let's look at offensive guard. No, let's look at do they have center? Let's look at center.
So this is the guy that just look. It's so funny how T. Will said, "Let's look at center," and the guy who the Falcons are bringing in for a workout is first on the board.
Scroll down for a little bit.
4 pounds, has never played more than 700 reps in any college season. Has only lined up as center. So this is a true center, Terry. He only plays center.
Scroll down for a second for me.
Drew Kendall, Boston College. That's my guy.
Let's look at offensive guard.
Okay. You had a guy you mentioned the other day from, was it North Carolina or William and Mary?
Scroll down. Yeah, I'm not in love with anybody.
Willie Lampkin?
Oh, they do.
That's the undersized guard.
I wonder. You know what? We probably can get him
Xavier Truss.
later. Let's look at offensive tackle.
Okay.
Wait, go back to. Is he 6'7"? Let's
Charles
go back to
Grant is right there. You talking about William? Talking about Truss?
Who were you looking at?
Truss is the big boy. That's William Truss from Georgia.
He can play multiple positions.
Yep, he's the swing guy. Oh damn! The Grizzlies just fired their head coach.
Yeah, they did.
Sheesh, damn. That's tough.
What's he ranked? What's he ranked again?
Xavier Truss?
Yeah.
Truss is ranked 246. He's at the back of the pack. Some people kept saying that he's
so
too slow.
Yeah, we can get him later if need be. Let's look at offensive tackle.
Charles Grant. Mary's still on the board, yeah. 6'4", 311. Intriguing prospect, offensive tackle with athleticism and ability to succeed in the NFL. Pass protection does an excellent job of keeping defenders at arm's length. allowing him to maximize leverage. The run game most effective in a zone scheme, Terry. I ain't gonna lie, man. Charles Grant, I don't watch too much like William and Mary football. I know most of us haven't. A lot of fans in this chat probably haven't watched a bunch of Kansas football or a bunch of Wisconsin football. But when it gets to like combine and pro days and you see these workouts, these names start to pop up and you start to become more familiar with them. Charles Grant is a name that I've been hearing like the past month, right? For
Yeah,
offensive linemen. And there's not too many offensive linemen to look at here in Atlanta. But if
yeah,
you wanted to get a guy, um, Charles Grant was one, Truss was the other one. I forget the other guard from Georgia that we mentioned too the other day. But Charles Grant is actually, I mean, it's not a bad pick, Terry, if you're gonna go with that one.
yeah. He's a tackle though. We can wait until next year. Let's go defense.
Yeah, but he does swap around too as well. I think he does play
He
tackle
does.
guard. Yeah.
So he can play guard. I need him to. I really need a backup center. So
Okay.
let's
So you
go
going backup
defense
center?
here. Yeah, let's go defense. Let's go defense. Let's look at cornerback.
Corner. My boy Zai's gone. Of course he's gone. He's a good player.
Let's look at safety.
A blocking tight end, just in case Charlie gets hurt.
Nah, I'm
Well,
good. Let's look at safety.
safety. Oh, come on, bro.
Let's go Malachi Moore here.
So the only two safeties I'm recommending on this one, low key, is Sebastian Castro and Malachi Moore.
Let's go Malachi Moore.
Malachi Moore from Alabama, man. Like this dude here, he's probably not gonna make it 125. He's gonna be moving up. That safety look's gonna get a lot of attention come draft night. And Malachi Moore, or not draft night, draft weekend. Malachi Moore is one of those guys that you can see get his name selected. Sebastian Castro is the next one too as well. A couple of these other guys are gonna be like walk-ons. And I used to sit up late at night and watch a lot of West Coast, Pac-12, all that type of football. And that dude from Arizona is probably not going to get drafted. Dan Jackson is a guy too as well. He actually played pretty well towards the end of the season. Made some pretty big hits. Remember that Texas game? He laid some people out. But then again, he had that penalty too for I think it was that 15-yard penalty he had. That
Targeting.
Yeah, the targeting hit. So you just got to, keep his head on his shoulders and just, focus. But every player has something to work on. It's not nothing that we can't talk about. 185 right. And 242, T. Will.
Let's go offense. Let's go offense here. Let's go offensive guard. Scroll down. I'm taking Willie here.
So Willie Lampkin, you know why he's going. You know why he's back this far, in my opinion.
Why?
And I think some people don't want to say it. I mean, this kid is like a 5'10", 279. He's like Grady Jarrett damn near playing offensive guard.
Yeah.
But he is very strong. He's strong, bro. Like, people don't look at him in the NFL like, bro, you gotta go up against people like, Michael Parsons and that man. I mean, 5'10".
Scott likes him. Scott really likes him.
He does.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You said Willie Lampkin?
Yeah, I'm taking him now.
All right. Well, let the draft keep going through. And then it's going to get down to the Falcons, and we'll take Willie Lampkin here. It's going to go through just a second. Give me a second here. But so far, Terry, good job, man. With the trade backs, Mike Green, Kenneth Grant, Princely U-Man from Ole Miss, Shamar Turner, Jack Kisser, defense, and defense. Malachi Moore, too, as well. And now T. Will has decided to draft Willie Lampkin.
Willie Lampkin.
Now, Terry, I must ask you, before I select Willie Lampkin, would you like to look at another player and try at 242 for Willie Lampkin, or would you rather go select him
now? Okay, who are we looking at?
So you have just random. How invested are you if you're looking at this draft projection? And the chat is live, chat is lit. See what? Oh God, you say y'all still live? Yeah, man, we lit, man. We lit. Big little countries in the chat.
Big Low. What it do, man?
How sold are you on this wide receiver room?
I mean, so you got Draco, you
Mooney,
got Mooney, you
Ray
got
Ray,
Ray, you got
Bags,
Cadero,
4,
you got Casey
Casey 5,
Washington.
Jamal 6. Anybody else you thinking about? Don't forget, this is not a high pick. We're not talking first round, second round,
Yeah.
third round. So whoever is brought in right now would be what? A guy that would have to fight for this team, right? So I'm low key just looking at two guys, man. It's kind of like a pull up pick because they're projected so far back here,
Yeah.
but I'm not going to like shy away from their strengths and abilities of what they can do on the field. Got Elijah Badger from Florida.
We
Kid
can't
is
see it.
fast. Oh,
We
I'm sorry,
can't
you
see
can't
it.
see it.
Yeah, we can't see it.
Got it right there.
Yeah.
Got Elijah Badger from Florida. Kid is fast, quick, elusive, plays in the slot. He's like a young version of Ray Ray. Not just like, by height and weight and everything. He's like just young in age. Throwing version of Ray Ray, man. This kid can get after it. Also, he played with Shadur. And, I was watching a lot of Colorado games. So, Jimmy Horn Jr. possibly. But if my guy, I would honestly look at Elijah Badger, dude from Florida, who can honestly challenge Chris Blair and maybe Casey Washington for that last spot. Um, but Terry, unless you want to go your guy, you know, it's on you.
Who was the first wide receiver you were looking at?
That would be Jimmy Horn Jr. Just because I've been watching a lot of my dude from Arizona's not on here. The other receiver, the slot receiver that was out there with McMillan, he's not on here.
All right,
He's
let's
probably
go. Let's go with the other dude you were saying.
Elijah Badger.
Yeah, let's go with him.
Elijah
And then
Badger,
let's see
man.
if Willie's there.
Falcons bringing in Grant for a top 30 visit also. Terry.
I can dig it.
Terry, we're getting closer, man. And you don't have to get him at 15. We're clearly showing this. You don't have to get him at 15. 242 is getting ready to roll around. And Terry, your guy is at the top of the board. Will he make it to 242? Willie Lampkin was just selected by the Seattle Seahawks. But guess what? You get your shot at another offensive lineman from the University of Georgia. It didn't work out for Schaefer. It didn't work out for Justin.
Let's go trust here. This guy's 6'7",
might work out
right?
for Xavier.
Let's
You
go
saw
trust.
our dogs all season, Terry.
Mm-hmm.
That offensive line was moving. I would say there was some other areas Georgia needs to address next season. That offensive line did a decent job for the most part. Now, Beck, you saw he held the ball too long at times when he was getting lit up. Made some bad decisions, bad throws. But Xavier Trust in that offensive line, I got to give them a big shout out. I'm a dog fan. Go Dogs. Terry?
Go Dogs. Let's go. Xavier Trust right there.
And guess who is still available on the board? Q Robinson. I guess that torn tricep has him pushed back. Any team that picks up a Q Robinson from University of Alabama, if you develop him correctly, you're going to get a stud. Terry, chat, this is where y'all come in, yeah. This is where y'all come in. You mean to tell me no dogs in the draft? No, we took the old Falcons approach. We went dogs in the 7th round. We did that before. Remember, we selected Fitzpatrick and Schaefer a couple years ago. Didn't pan out. We also selected Zion Logue last year, late round. Didn't pan out. But guess what? This time, Xavier, he gonna make the 53 here in Atlanta. Gotta get you a 7th round Georgia boy. Your boy Deez is in the chat. He knew what's going on, man. Terry, look, We've been on live here for a while. I told you, Terry, we're gonna talk some Falcons today. I told
You
you.
did. You did say that, Jack. You did say that.
We might miss a show here and there, but we just made up for 3 shows. Now we can come back on draft night. No more shows till draft night. No.
Oh wow, this guy.
Falcon fans, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Terry F. Baby, you cool with the draft picks? He's cool.
He's cool.
Chat, do your thing. Share, like, send it, clip it, take a picture, tag us on social media. One time for the fan. Let's say what is this mock draft? What 3.0, Terry? 4.0?
Yep. Yep.
So mock draft 4.0, Falcons Friday edition, right? Falcons fans talking Falcons football on a Falcons Friday. From the fan for the fans, one time. This is what we have here. Thanks to the help of this guy right here for my ATL Sports. Falcon fans, if this is your draft coming up next month, give us your thoughts. Falcon fans, if you're watching this right now, drop your draft grades in the chat. There's a bunch of people in here right now. Drop your draft grades in the chat. Also, please take a picture, send it out, social media. Tag us. Let's talk about it. Let's get the Falcon talking heads talking about it. Tag Myles Garrett. Tag anybody you guys want. Tag the Falcons. We don't care. Just tag us. But let's talk Falcons football. Smooth C says, I can't complain. Georgia Texas boy said, I definitely can't complain. I'm telling you right now, Falcons fans, if you wake up that Sunday after draft weekend and this is your draft that you're looking at, this is your class, man, we about to get after it. Now it's on Jeff Ulbrich and Raheem. Now it's their job now. Terry gonna look and say, I got y'all Mike Green, Kenneth Grant, Princely, Shamar Turner. Look, I made the calls. I got the moves taken care of. Y'all said don't trade back here. I traded back. Terry, your thoughts, man, on this class. What have you addressed? Why did you address these picks? Who is your standout? Who is your stud? Is there any breakout players here? The Mike Green pick, you might not be, too A1 with. I went with the Mike Green pick. I mean, are you accepting this draft class right here? Terry, your thoughts. You're a diehard.
I'm definitely accepting it. I think the main thing that is critical to our defense is that defensive line. You got to be able to win up front. If you don't, it doesn't matter. And I think this does that, right? We have 2 edge rushers. We have 2 D tackles. We got a linebacker that can cover. We got a good safety. And, if Elijah Badger works out great, you got the big ass 6'7" offensive guard from Georgia. I mean, what's not to like? You know what I mean? You addressed your main concern. You said what?
6'7", 345.
Yeah, man, it's a big dude. So you address most of your concerns. You didn't get a corner, but hey, maybe we work out some deals. And look at everything's not perfect. You got corners. Sometimes you just got to man up, put an H on your chest, handle it, and work it out with what you got. But for me, the most critical need for the Falcons is edge and D tackle and linebacker. And that was addressed. You got a safety. The kid can, come off the bench, whatever. But your first 5 picks, your first 4 need to start. Your next 2 need to contribute. And if you get anything out of picks, 7 and 8, you're doing great. So, yeah, I'm okay with it. I think it addresses our needs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, let me tell you something. Terry, with the help of your draft knowledge here and your GM skills, you was able to one time for the fan, man. This is what it's about when we put these drafts together. This is great because you just mentioned why we selected these picks. We addressed the trenches. You got some speed back there in that wide receiver room too as well, where some of those wide receivers might be sitting back like, yeah, man, we good. And then they look over like, wait, we just drafted a wide receiver. You
Mm-hmm.
know, not for the first 3 or 4 guys, but for the back group, they're probably looking like, oh, here comes competition. Because
Yeah.
at the end of the day, there's a 53-man roster that has to be built, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're gonna do the camp battles and the podcast leading up to it. And this guy's getting cut and this guy's getting waived, and we're gonna talk about everything because we do it every single year. It's a business, right? All these Falcons know this, that there's going to be 5, 6, 7 guys getting ready to enter the locker room in a month that's been drafted by the Falcons. Some who's on those rookie deals that will be here for 3, 4 years, some that won't pan out. But at the end of the day, we got to go win some games and get us a Super Bowl and X, Y, and Z.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Green, Kenneth Grant, Prince Lee, Shamar Turner, Jack Kisser, Malachi Moore. Lord, talk about defense and getting after it. And then we got the 2 picks. DSGB Hall said the last pick was for sympathy. For the Georgia pick, we Falcons sent everybody down to Georgia to go watch the pro day, and they select Xavier Truss with the last pick in the 7th round of a trade back. That'd be so weird. Um, Georgia Texas boy, this is our draft. The Falcons about to be live in 2025. I guarantee you're gonna have a lot of teams on edge when they look at the first 5 picks and say, Falcons came away with those defensive players. We better get our front line on our shit. Like front line better be on game for every other team we play this season.
Yeah.
If this is our draft week, if this is our draft, like draft weekend, week 1, you better be prepared. Whoever we're playing on that offense, you better be prepared.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're talking about teams. Terry, let's just say we get the Seahawks week 1. They're not only worried about AJ and Jesse Bates or where they can throw the ball. They now have to worry about Mike Green and Kenneth Grant and Shamar Turner and Jack Kisser and JD. Bro, this is going to be so many players to watch for with a
And
draft
Caden
class like
Ellis.
Caden Ellis. Your Jeff Ulbrich is literally the playoffs is in your hand. Defense bringing this defensive team back is in your hands with a draft class like this, Jeff Ulbrich.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm thinking they're going linebackers. Jeff Ulbrich sitting over there like, bro, I need me a guy to run with. Jeff Ulbrich needs a draft pick to make him look good as a defensive coordinator. I'm not saying he's not a good defensive coordinator. I'm just saying that you got to bring in a guy that's gonna, you know what I'm saying, Terry? That's your guy. If I start a company and I'm getting this company built from ground up, and I say, Terry, I'm going to hire you as the operations manager. Terry, I need you to go get us a guy that can work these operations. Terry's gonna say, I got a guy. His name's Eric Parker. I got a guy right now. You got to bring in a guy that fans are gonna say, Jeff, that's your pick. That's your pick. If I go get a new OC, my new OC drafts a quarterback, that's his pick. It's kind of like with Zach Robinson and Michael Penix. Zach, that's your guy. I expect Zach to be around for a while with Michael Penix. If this thing is working like the way we wanted to, I expect Zach to be around. Defense just got real beefy. Sheesh.
Mm-hmm.
A-, still need a center. Does the OG you pick swing as a center? Xavier Truss is a true guard. Not playing no center. He's a true guard. A++++ from Dwayne Ruffin. See what I'm saying? Hey, don't give Terry no ideas. He already got 5 podcasts. I don't need him trying to be general manager of the Falcons now. Next thing you know, he's putting in his damn application. Terry is on his last year. Then we gotta go find another co-host. That ain't happening.
I'm good, man. I'm gonna be here with you, Jack. I'm good.
Michael said, I still don't feel we have a star great receiver. Our receivers are just okay. What? No, I'm just playing. No, we got a guy named Drake London. The core is decent.
Very much so. Darnell Mooney's always open.
You got to design the routes to get these guys in rhythm so you can think that we have great receivers. A lot of times, Kirk missed his mark last year. Right? There was a couple. Look what Penix did when he got into the game. Bullet pass here. Drake London with the catch here. Kyle Pitts with the touchdown here. It's got to get in rhythm. We know what Ray is capable of because Ray showed us. Y'all want Ray around. You know it. Y'all want Mooney around. You know it. That game that Mooney had to sit out, man, Falcons Twitter almost went crazy that game Mooney had to sit out.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what do you mean Mooney's hurt? What do you mean he's out? Oh, hold on. We just brought him in for a 3-year. Hold on, Mooney. We need you. I know how it is, Falcon fans, because the guys who are producing, You need them here. You
Mm-hmm.
guys don't want Drake London to leave right now at this time. Drake London is fucking balling.
Mm-hmm.
You want Drake out of here? No. Mooney is balling. Ray Ray is balling. Now it's time to get the other guys in rhythm. Bijan is balling. Can those core four help us move the chains? Yes. Penix getting the ball to Bijan, getting the ball to London, getting the ball to Mooney, getting the ball to Ray Ray. I didn't even mention Pitts if he gets involved.
Mm-hmm.
Algiers the backup. Don't even think about it. Come on, Falcon fan. Man, we got something going right here, Terry. I'm talking about. I'll break Terry's record and go live for another 2 more hours. Y'all want me to? I'll break down this goddamn roster.
Oh shit.
But this is your mock draft right here, Falcon fans. We're gonna put it on One Time for the Fans IG page. So make sure you all head over there. And feel free to, like I said, tag us, share this with your friends, your family. But this is what it's about, man. We're having a good time. We're talking Falcons. Look, Terry Fontenot, he happy, right? Right, Terry?
Mm-hmm. He's right. That's right.
Well, I forgot. I said right, Terry, and your name's Terry. So it's like I'm talking to the picture for him to respond. But then again, your name is Terry, so Terry's like he's responding for the fucking picture. There's 2 Terrys out here. We're ready for draft.
Let's go.
Texas boy said, "Keep going." Look, here's the cool thing. I gotta stop. I gotta do some things. But this guy has a podcast coming up later. He's talking Falcons. Apparently, he's switching it up. He's talking football and football today.
Yeah.
So for fans that want to talk Falcons, want to talk soccer, Terry has a show later on. He's going to get to that shortly in his shout-outs. You guys can see. Christy Lewis says a lot of folks aren't looking at the HBCUs too. They had a few standouts at the combine. I'm not shying away from the HBCUs. And big shout out to Ryan Birdcage because Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan the historian. Yeah.
The historian. And we're gonna get the historian on. There's a lot of content creators and people y'all need this.
Yeah, he wants to come on.
We're gonna get him on. I did a Twitter space with Ryan the other day for like an hour and some change, and it was just great. Me, Ryan, Damsky, other content creators, Falcon fans, just talking football. But Ryan will drop some facts on you about HBCU players and combines and their RAS scores and stuff. But the problem is, and Ryan could probably agree or disagree, it's not us at one time. It's them big dogs in them offices, man.
Mm-hmm.
They don't look at HBCUs as top talent.
Mm-hmm.
There may be 1 or 2 guys. They'll say, we'll look. Look how fans are treating Mike Green because of Marshall. They're like, man, Mike Green, yeah, he good as hell, but he went to Marshall.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thing they said. He went to Marshall.
Yep.
That's the first thing they say. As a matter of fact, the allegations are probably getting beat by he went to Marshall.
Mm-hmm.
Because who is going to Marshall and being selected in the top 10? It's not common. So for the HBCU, who is the highest HBCU pick? I know there's some dogs in the HBCU. Man, them brothers be going hard. But Terry, you know it. And Terry, you've been around football for a while, so I need your thoughts on this. Why isn't the HBCU, we got to get Ryan to ask him, but why isn't the HBCU just looked at like it is for Georgia, like it is for Alabama? Because there is a guy who's a defensive tackle for Grambling who can probably ball out just as hard as a defensive tackle from Penn State.
Mm-hmm.
So why are they not looked at like that, Terry?
That's a good question. Probably one that's better addressed to Ryan. I mean, look, I guess the way they view it, not me, not you, but the way that they view it is the level of competition is not the same. The offenses that they run in some cases are not the same. The skill level is not the same. So again, that doesn't make it right, wrong, or fair. It is what it is, but Christy does have a point. There's a lot of talent that's out there for the HBCUs, and a lot of them will go undrafted. And we would be remiss in our duties as Falcons if we didn't at least take a look at it. You know what I mean? So
it's kind of like you go look at your bowl games. And no
Yeah.
disrespect to the HBCUs.
I wonder if certain NFL teams have HBCU scouts or HBCU teams that because if it's me, if I'm ready, that's what I'd do. I'd have scouts, but I'd have scouts specifically for HBCUs to kind of maybe move through some of the congestion and get to the talent and truly assess some of these HBCU players through the lens of an NFL scope and see what you have. Now, I don't know if the Falcons do, but I would.
But this is the one
That's
thing of the
one thing I would
market
do.
too as well. Like you said, they probably don't value them as being, hey, you didn't play Alabama week 2 and then played Oklahoma week 3.
Well,
You know?
Jerry Rice went to an HBCU.
Bam. And
So
Jerry Rice, as you can see, is one of the greatest.
Jerry Rice
to ever
is
play the game.
as far as I'm concerned, is the greatest wide receiver to ever live. And I say that not because he was the tallest or the fastest, but he ran the best routes and he worked hard. And he worked hard from start to finish. And a lot of his records will never be broken. Some will, but a lot of them will not. He was not the fastest. He just worked hella hard. Mm-hmm. So, for me, that's obviously first ballot Hall of Famer. In my opinion, the greatest receiver to ever play the game. Doesn't mean it's everybody else's. That's just my opinion. Look, I feel like we at least need guys out there evaluating these guys and not just wait until the end of the year or whatever, but the entire year. Let's have some coordinators to watch these guys and watch all of their games. And, but when you're watching it, evaluate it through the lens of, NFL scope. These guards. Look at
some of these teams, and you're right, Terry, but some of these teams, I'm telling you, I think their draft process is, let's just, not to put it out there in the media, because they wouldn't say that. Right. But behind the scenes, let's stay away from Hawaii. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Let's stay away from Arkansas Pine Bluff. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Let's stay away from Wyoming. But then again, let's take a shot at the guy from Montana State. You know what I'm saying? Like, they might do those type of things. The HBCU is one I'm looking like. In Atlanta, you're thinking, bringing a guy from HBCU, that would be great. Atlanta fits that culture for the dude. Mm-hmm. But they need players that's going to be, I think they need, they just want to be just like D1, just top athletes. That's just what I'm looking at with some of these markets. Mm-hmm. Even you can't even just go over the market for the game, because you go to like a HBCU, like the MEAC versus the SWAC game, it's not a sold out game. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like tickets are like 500 or like high demands. Like, there's seats available. There's seats everywhere. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I would love to see HBCU players get drafted higher, but I don't control it. You know what I'm saying? But there are a couple dogs that are getting crazy RAS scores and doing a good job at their individual pro workouts, but they're not going to get drafted. They're going to be undrafted free agents. Mm-hmm. And you might hear about them on Sunday randomly. But that one dude who is getting beat every single Sunday playing for Arkansas, he's in the league week 4, week 5, week 6, making $55 million a year. While the other guy who did a great job at Jackson State wasn't looked at because he played, Southern and Texas Christian University and Delaware State twice a year. You know what I'm saying? So,
it's interesting, Jack. I didn't mean to cut you off. It's interesting.
No, Anthony Mackie,
Anthony Mackie was interviewed recently by, I believe, the Pivot podcast team, and he made a quote that I've not been able to put down. And I've been turning it over in my mind, and he says, we've been lying to our kids. He says, you can work hard all you want to. That doesn't mean you're going to be successful. Now, mind you, that is within the context of certain industries, right? But for example, in this industry, you could be a great linebacker. You could be a great edge rusher. But if nobody sees you, if nobody says, hey, this guy right here, you know what I mean? And his point was to the committee or the panel of the Pivot Cast, look, there were guys faster than you. There were guys better than you. But somebody took a look at you and said, hey, this guy right here. There's only so much time in the day. There's only so many resources, and you get people that get looked over every day. You get people that get looked over every draft, and it happens. And it's unfortunate, but oftentimes if you're going to be successful in any venue in life, in any industry, you're going to need somebody to tap you and say, hey, that guy right there. Hey, let's invest the time, the training, the resources, and this guy right there. You see that guy, Jack Spade? He's great. He's a great podcaster. He's awesome. Let's invest some time in him. That T. Will, yeah, let's forget about his fat ass. Let's go with Jack Spade. And it happens. It happens. And honestly, but that's life, Jack. That's life. You know what I mean? There are some great players in the HBCU leagues, divisions, whatever. A lot of them will not get a chance, and it is what it is.
And I hate to say it, but there's a lot of them that go into playing football in college, and their dream mentally, I'm gonna be in the league, boy. I can't wait to be in the league, boy.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're at this HBCU, not us. Them big dogs might not look at you. We looking at you. Christy Lewis is looking at you. Ryan Birdcage is look. We see you. You see that dude that sits up top of that glass window up there that cuts them checks? He don't see you.
That's honestly why they don't see you. That's honestly why Jalen Hurts winning the Super Bowl is so big. Because there have been so many African American quarterbacks who maybe have been run first, who were, oh, you know what, you play safety, or you play cornerback, or they don't get the chance because they don't fit the prototypical template or the archetype for quarterback. They don't fit what
that moment for Jalen Hurts that they don't see you is that really helped him move to go to Oklahoma. Because sitting behind Tua wasn't really helping him.
Right.
He left and went to Oklahoma, became something over there at Oklahoma. Now look at him. Let's just say he would have sat behind Tua those 4 or 5 years or so, never would have played. Would that have changed Jalen Hurts' career right now to where he is?
It may have, it may not. Look, the only thing I can say is that sometimes we have to change the way we think. Right? 20 years ago, Jalen Hurts doesn't even get a chance to start. 20 years ago, Jalen Hurts probably doesn't even play quarterback. He's probably converted into a receiver, right? But because of this day and age and this time, and let's give Nick credit. They gave him a shot. They put together an offense that fit his skill set. They drafted players that fit his skill set. They put an offensive line that could support him. They gave him a defense that was second to none, and it resulted in a Super Bowl. But the bigger picture is now that kid that likes to run it and throw it and can do both, and maybe he's a little better at running than throwing, guess what? He's got a lane now, right? He's got a lane that he can go through because of your Jalen Hurts. And let's keep it real. If Lamar Jackson ever wins a Super Bowl, watch out. Because I'm gonna get on my soapbox a little bit this morning, and I hope you give me the room to. I hope it's okay, Jack. I'm gonna get on my soapbox. It's a crime. It's a shame that because Lamar looks a certain way and talks a certain way, we don't give him his credit for being the absolute dynamic person that he is. You know what? You want to talk about quarterbacks? I'll take 12 Lamar Jacksons before I would take one Kirk Cousins. Not just because of his talent, but Lamar is a great team guy. You never hear Lamar complain. You never hear Lamar complain. You never hear Lamar be negative. You never hear Lamar with anything negative say. Lamar just goes out there and works it. And they don't give him credit. He's won 2 MVPs, right? He went up against Pat Mahomes, arguably the second coming of one Tom Brady, and he hasn't been able to get there. But if he does get there, if he is so blessed to win a Super Bowl, which is not easy, but if he does, it will be a signature moment for all quarterbacks that look, act, and talk like Lamar, right? Just because I use dangling participles, just because my subject verb agreement is not in agreement, does not mean that I'm not a good person, does not mean that I can't read coverages, does not mean that I can't make throws. Just because I wear cornrows does not mean that I can't make throws.
He took
right?
the hat off.
I did, for emphasis. The bottom line is Lamar Jackson is one of the finest gentlemen in the NFL. But because he doesn't talk a certain way, because he doesn't look a certain way, right? We judge him. And we shouldn't, and shame on us. And when I say we, I mean we collectively. Obviously, nobody in this chat feels that way. But I am saying there are those still in the NFL that look at him that way. That because he talks a certain way, they hear this. And I'm not going to get into the negative archetypes. That's not what this show is for. I'm simply saying that Jalen Hurts winning the Super Bowl is a victory for Lamar Jackson because it gets him one step closer. And the Jalen Milroes of the world, those that will come after him, to being looked at through a certain lens. And that is a lens of equity. That is a lens of fairness. And that's all we ask for. And that's it.
Man. DSGB Hall, man. You talking about breakfast for one time for the fan? Man, Joker, is lunch for one time for the fan now. Man.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Took breakfast into lunch. Show started at 9:30. We still live talking Falcons football because why? It's literally for y'all, man. Bro, we love this shit. I keep telling y'all this shit, man. Like one time for the fan, from the fan, for the fan. Falcon fans talking Falcons football on a Falcons Friday. Man, we just having a good time.
Yeah,
we
man.
missed the Wednesday show the other night. And then, we're going to do a pop-up show. Got a little sidetracked there, a little busy. But this morning, I told Terry, I said, we're going to talk some Falcons today. We got some stuff to talk about. And, with the chat, of course, with the time, with the chat, everything plays into it together. We had the Kirk Cousins conversation. We talked about drafting Mike Green. Went into competition battles for the upcoming training camp, which, they haven't even brought all their players in, but you can kind of see where the battles might start right now. Started breaking down a little bit of the roster, went over the depth chart projection. So much we've talked about. But the chat has been supportive. Christy Lewis, Pam Johnson, Nando, everybody, Georgia, Texas boys, Smooth C, Deke Ruffin, everybody, Big Low Country, your boy Deezy. There's fans everywhere, all over this chat. The ones that's watching, the ones that's listening, and there's a lot of fans that's like watching and haven't commented. You can jump into the chat, just put rise up and just keep watching. If you don't want to join the conversation, you ain't got to. But this is Falcon fans talking Falcons football. It's Friday. This is the off season. We chilling. Enjoy this time because T Will did a 4.5 show last night. Back to do a 3.5 hour show this morning. A fucking hour and a half show with Debo Vibes. This guy is one of the hardest working people that is out here, and it's T Will can tell you what is it for. To talk Braves with the Braves fans, to talk Falcons with the Falcon fans? No, it's to show that we love this shit, right? Everybody has a calling on this earth. Maybe T Will realizes that our calling is podcasting and being journalists in this field. We love this shit, right? Now I looked at my age and I'm like, bro, if I lower my handicap in golf, I'm about to go fuck some people up on this golf course in a couple years because I'm doing really good at golf right now. And Country can tell you, Country's getting really good too as well. But we talked about it, bro. We gotta play in one of these tournaments if we become a scratch golfer. I'm not gonna sit here and be this good of a golfer to where I could be making millions of dollars, and I'm sitting here playing on public courses. No. I said I need to do a tournament or two in the next year or two. And don't forget, Mike Will made. I got invited to go play at Mike Will made his tournament recently with a group. I chose not to play. I said, I'm not. I don't want to go out there and just, not that Jack. You don't want to see that Jack. You want to see another Jack Spade. So, I'm working on some things here, right? And one time for the fan, we got a lot coming up. Draft night's gonna be so great. Can't wait to be here with y'all. Mark said more long Friday shows, please. We love it. This is great. I literally took off work on Fridays to do this because you know how hard it was in the past to do this with the job. I would cut out and be gone to work right now or be gone to go play golf. We said, nah, fuck that. One time for the fan is first, and then we'll plan the day after that. Do we expect to go 3 hours? No. Terry can tell you. We didn't expect to go 3 hours. I'd say we'll talk Falcons. I didn't say we'll talk Falcons for 3 hours yet.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we look at this show and we say, damn, we had a good time talking with them fans, man. That's what it is, man.
That's what it's about.
Falcon,
That's what it's about. Yeah.
Falcon shirt. You think I'm sitting here without a Falcon shirt on? What you talking about? I got a Falcon. I got a Falcon, man. We Falcon, man. Got an Angry Birds hat right here. That's my little custom shit. Angry Bird, Falcon, man. Look, Falcons, man. Falcons over here. Falcons everywhere, man. Got Falcon shit. Falcon shit here, man. Falcons, man. Falcons. Falcons, man. Falcons, 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 man. Come on, man. Like, come on. Oh shit. I got the ball. Got the ball hit 80 on the run with. This one they gave me the damn game ball right here. This the one. Then I made the player sign it. I just scored 80 on the run on your ass. Yeah, man.
80 on the run.
Oh man. It's all day. We love it. We're gonna keep doing it. T Will, let's wrap this show up. I tried to break your record. I can't do it. Matter of fact, I think you kind of break me and Bodie's record. Me and Bodie had a 4 hour and 45 minutes talking.
No, I think y'all still got me. I don't think our show was 4 hours and 45 minutes.
That was when we first started. Me and Bodie was like, hey man, we got
hold up. You know what? I can tell you. Give me 1 sec. I'll tell you exactly how long it was. Give me 1 sec. Let me it was 4 hours, but it wasn't 4 hours and 45. That much I do know. That I can tell you. Hang on.
Oh, I gotta call the Falcons. Oh, what is due Monday? Something's due Monday. When is April 1st?
4 hours and 33 minutes, Jack.
4 hours and 33 minutes. Me and Bodie for the first day, one time for the fan that weekend, talking draft. What? Bro, Falcons emailed me about it. Bro, I just gave you some money, bro. What do you want? What do they want, bro? Their sales team does not play. Hey, I know we just took $400 from you, but you forgot $1,000. Face ass. See, well, man, let's wrap this up.
Let's go.
So much going on in the world of sports. We want everybody to enjoy their Friday afternoon, their Falcon Friday. We haven't even talked college basketball. I mean, the March Madness going on. Duke's probably going to win it all. I'm not a Duke fan, but that team last night is a tough team to beat. I don't know who's going to beat them. Florida might get them, but you get that Cooper Flag guy rolling like he was last night, man. I'm telling you, that team is a tough team to beat. Arizona actually played themselves by getting in foul trouble early. But yeah, man, that's college basketball talk. So now we covered everything. T-Will got football later. He talked Braves last night. Braves disappointing loss yesterday for Oakland.
Yeah, the bullpen. Got to get that. I'm not even gonna get into it, man. We'll get into it
another hour.
next week.
Matter of fact, we can break the record. Let's go Braves. The goddamn will start off on the top of the record. No, I'm just playing.
Let me tell you something. Hey, Mrs. Wilson has given me a directive today, and hey, happy wife, happy life. I gotta get it.
I feel you, man. This is what it's about, man. Talking Falcons. T-Will, let's go ahead and get ready to wrap this up here on One Time for the Fan as I try to get you. StreamYard. I'm trying to pull your page up. It said, nope, not responding.
Damn.
So, did I pay my bill? Oh, I paid the bill. I just want to make sure. I said, don't cut out me now. 3 hours in. Don't cut out me now.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
All right, happy wife, happy life. Come home with no internet.
Hey man,
it's a long day.
That ain't gonna be good, man.
That is not on auto pay. Face that. No, I'm just playing.
Damn.
Let me get to my boy T-Will, man, because T-Will does a lot. Bro, what is StreamYard doing? Oh, here it is. StreamYard said, hold on, we'll let it load. All right, man. Got my boy from ATL Sports, man. My boy T Will is right here. Subscriber count's going up. Everything's working in T Will's favor. As you can see, content creator for the Falcons, the Braves, the Dogs. You got to change this, man. You got to put United.
Yeah.
Right? You got to put some more stuff there. So you got to update that. But yeah, my boy T Will is right here at T Will for my ATL Sports 1 on YouTube. And of course, for my ATL Sports, you type it in, search bar, just Google it. My boy T Will. Look at that picture. Matter of fact, T Will, I remember that. Uh-oh. They're finna give me a copyright strike. Matter of fact, T Will, I remember that picture. I remember that picture real good, don't I? Wasn't that the picture I sent? Wasn't that the picture I sent you? T Will gets his start in podcast for real, for real. I remember T Will set up his page. I said, "Here, T Will, just throw this picture on there." T Will kept that shit up there. But that's a real one right there because T Will is T Will. He ain't trying to be nobody else. When he's talking sports with you all, he's really putting all into talking sports with you all, right? So that's why T Will's channel is growing fast because people love this type of content, right? And he is doing a great job doing it. So to be one of the new content creators in the game, he's already starting to get his feet wet. Big shout out to T Will, Georgia Texas boys in the chat, newly subscribed Georgia Texas boy in the chat. So this is what not only the support of One Time does, but anybody's podcast. It's about having fun, right? T Will can tell you he has a show in 6 hours. He's preparing for it.
Yeah.
Right? He has a show coming up after that. After that, he has a show Sunday. He will tell you this is real for T Will.
Yeah.
You know, the only thing I ask y'all to do, and I want y'all to continue to push this to T Will. I'm talking about every time y'all get him on the show. Say, T Will, you talking Braves. When you come to a Braves game, big dog, let's get you there. He'll go. T Will's got a lot going on. He'll go.
Yeah.
T Will, you talking Falcons. What home game you going to, big dog?
Yeah,
let's get you there.
Gonna have to do it. Gonna have to do it, man. Yeah, definitely. Look it, man.
Trust me. He's not one of those fans that sit on the couch. No, he's not a couch fan. Me and T Will had a great time at the Falcons practice, and I forget what it was we went to as well. But
2 games, man. 2 games.
The drinks were drinking themselves after a while.
Yeah, they were.
Right
they. Hey. If you
he will get one of them little slap on his knees. He said, "Hey man, Jack, time for me to go."
Hey man, if you're gonna hang with Jack Spade, you can't be a lightweight. You cannot be a lightweight, man. It got to the point I was like, Jack, I just uncle, and he was like, no man, have another. I was like, Jack, come on, man, I gotta drive.
Cup that was filled with like triple shot of just straight Tito's. And we're like, how you drinking that? I'm like, man, Cuz was lit that day, boy. And we can sit on the balcony like.
Let me tell you something. That damn Jack Spade, man.
What time the train stopped running? I don't know. I gotta get back to the.
Hey man, that damn Jack Spade is something, boy. Don't.
I got T1 checking his watch like, hey, the train. I gotta get back. Eric walking with you too. Eric like, man,
bro. I was so done. Like, bro, Jack is bringing drinks, and I look up, I drink one, then there's another one, then I'm like, oh my god.
Bro, I got 2 drinks I haven't finished with one I'm holding literally like this. And goddamn teeth like, T-Way, you want one of these?
Hey, let me tell you something. Look, if you've never seen a celebrity in action, that is Mr. Jack Spade. If you've never seen Jack in action, it is something to behold, man. Because you literally, when Jack shows up, Jack is the party. Know that. Whenever if it's Falcons,
we finna have a ball.
Jack is the party.
Yeah.
Okay? The party don't start till Jack gets there. Because when Jack gets there, it's 20 people that are going to flock to him.
Yeah, it's personal with the Falcons.
They're going to do this to you. Yeah. Okay.
It's personal. It's literally blood, sweat, and tears with the Falcons. I'm talking about, like I just told you that they're emailing me now to try to take something out of my account. I have my account locked I don't let nobody just auto pay shit without me
I
checking.
get it, yeah.
But they literally are trying to. Hey, we tried to get you. we see that it didn't run. It didn't go through. We want to talk to you just to make sure you can get a running payment. But it's every year, every month. It doesn't matter what it is. My reps call, people call, I talk to people all the time, man. But it's going down in a major way, man. I thank everybody for being here today. Next show will be Sunday. It will not be a 3-hour show. The next 3-hour show we'll probably have is draft night. All right. Rise Up Tour Fan Club, though, man. They got something great coming up that we want everybody to be a part of, man. The City of Forest Park and Free Wishes Foundation are teaming up to bring you the ultimate Spring Fest. The Rise Up Tour Fan Club is thrilled to partner and serve at this event featuring the largest. Get this, Terry. Experience. You get that one?
Experience.
I love it.
That was excellent.
That was exactly what I wanted to say.
That was exactly that was excellent, man. Hey, can we make it an exception here?
Oh my gosh, that was excellent.
And keep it going, right?
I'm about to screenshot. I'm about to clip that. That was.
As a matter of fact, make sure that you not only get the interior of it, but you get the exterior of it. Yeah. See what I did there?
Sure we get the eggs and outs, right?
Yay!
Right,
there you go. There you go.
All right, it's all about the eggs and O's. It's all about the.
Oh my goodness, he's on a roll.
I'm kind of like you earlier when you was doing what was that? The was that the wow you was doing? What was that earlier?
I don't remember. I
just kept going.
I don't know.
Experience egg hunt on the South Side, y'all. Bring the kids. This event has something for everyone. Enjoy bounce houses, a mechanical bull for all you doom 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 for all you bull riders. Horseback riding, game truck. Yep, the game truck's going to be out there again. Face painting, delicious food trucks, and tons of vendors. It's the City of Forest Park, man. South side. Over there. Don't miss the egg hunt at 3 p.m. for kids 12 and under. Now, Terry, if I see your ass on that grass trying to grab eggs and you got a fucking Easter basket, I don't care how big you are, get your ass up. And Jazzy Jeff up off the grounds. Leave them goddamn eggs for them kids, Terry.
Oh, wow. That would truly be exciting.
That would not be the experience that we want Terry to have that day. Can I tell you, you're gonna be Terry? Get this. You're gonna be exiting out of the park. I'm on a roll, and I can't highlight this shit.
Oh my goodness!
5 hours long.
That will be one of the worst time of my existence. You're good.
You're good, Terry. Don't miss the egg hunt at 3 p.m. for kids 12 and under. Mark your calendars for April 19th, 12 to 5 at Kiwanis Stadium. See you there. Here's the cool thing. Falcon fans, volunteers are needed. Come on out. I'll be out there. Terry, if you can make it, come on out there. Bring the family, cousins, uncles, neighbors, sisters. If you're nearby Forest Park, tell your friend, anybody, bring them out. April 19th from 12 to 5 for the experience. We're going to be out there having a good time. I believe we're serving food that day. The City of Forest Park, they have a lot of food out there. Last year, I'm going to put the pictures up on Sunday show. A lot of people showed up. City of Forest Park had a good time. It's a free event for people to come out and hang out and be in a park. We can bring the football out there. Terry, remember what happened last time we was out there at a park with, food and drinks and having a good time? Terry ended up making a Julio Jones type catch right before a set of bushes that would have went down into a ravine that would have ended up in a parking lot where we would have had to call Grady Hospital to come get Terry. But Terry, with jeans on a hot day in Atlanta, made one hell of a catch, caught himself, toe drag swag, ended up getting the ball, running back to us and saying, "Here you go, coach."
And
the next route.
And did not tear up my equipment.
Wow.
Boom.
Ooh, that was a good one, Terry. Yeah, you got me beat now. Now you're +2. Falcon fans, you can see it right there, man. We're doing a lot in the community for the fans that donated to the 5K Hunger Walk. Thank you. This is what we do. You donated anonymously, however, thank you. It went to a good cause. It went to the Hunger Walk of Atlanta, of course, Atlanta Community Food Bank. For this spring fling right here, volunteers are needed. Y'all want to come out and help us out? We got a lot of volunteers, but all is welcome. Bring the kids, bring the family, bring a football, bring a deck of cards, bring whatever, man. Let's have a good time. From 12 to 5, April 19th, come on out there and have some excitement. I'm killing it right now. Falcon fans, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. 4-hour podcast. Why? I don't fucking know. But we'll be back to do it again sometime soon. T Will.
Yes, sir.
Your final shout outs, man, so we can wrap this up.
Hey, man, to those of you with I can't even do it. I was about to do another egg one, but I can't do it. Eclectic taste. There you go. Okay. No, in all seriousness. Hey man, look it to those of you in the chat, thank you for joining us. What an amazing time. Had a great time. I hope you guys have an amazing day. We do this for you. Want to thank God. Wouldn't be here without him. Thank him for waking me up this morning. Just thank you, Jesus, for everything that you do. And last but not least, man, I got to thank this guy right here. This guy, man, helping me get my start in this business, man. So Jack Spade, shout out to you. Thank you. Shout out to my brother, Eric Parker, man. And Jack, have an amazing weekend, brother.
Hey, I appreciate it, man. For everybody here in the chat, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Y'all real ecstatic about this fest. It's just yeah, we're having a good time here. Oh, look, I got a call from Edgar, my good friend back from San Diego. Big shout out to Edgar, who's calling me. See, Terry, I just keep it going. Falcons fan, like Michael's in the chat. He said, "I live in Puerto Rico. If you want, I can send an island treats package, coffee, candy, etc. If you would like for the draft." What? Mike is in Puerto Rico and an island treats package. What, bro? That's like super cool.
That is super cool.
Yeah, let's talk about that and let's see Puerto Rico now. Puerto Rico coffee. Now, I can tell you right now, I done been around the world, never been to Puerto Rico. Was actually talking to my travel buddies the other day, and we did mention Puerto Rico. How good is that Puerto Rico coffee, bro? Because I got some people in my family that's like, wherever you go, make sure you get coffee from there. So yeah, man, tell me a little bit more about it, man. We can chat offline, but yeah, we can work on that, Mike. Appreciate it, man. That's super cool if Mike is we're able to pull this off, because that would be a nice little gift package here.
Christy says y'all are real egg-tastic about this fest.
Yeah. It's a good time. It's just,
that's a good one, Christy.
That's a good one. And we'll crank it back up again Sunday. I think it's some more
ecstatic.
Excellent words.
I said egg-tastic. Ecstatic. I'm sorry. Ecstatic. Y'all are real ecstatic about this fest. All right. Okay.
So it's all about, man. And we enjoy this. Thank you all for being here today. One time for the fans, from the fan, for the fan. Once again, Falcon fans talking Falcons football on a Falcons Friday. What is this Batman with Burt Ward? What? What's going on?
Batman with Burt Ward. That's
Batman with Burt Ward?
Is that, wait a minute, who? Adam West? So Adam West was Batman. Who was Robin? Was it Burt Ward? Was it Burt Ward?
Burt Ward, American actor? Yeah, Burt Ward.
Yeah, that was Robin. That was Robin.
Yeah.
And Adam West. Yeah, Adam West was Batman. Boy, you took it way back.
Damn,
holy hot chili peppers, Batman.
You Terry with that? Terry is really good at picking up.
Damn. Will the Joker foil the Batman and Robin with their dastardly deeds? Will their juices be cooked? Tune in next week. Same bat time, same bat channel. Oh, I used to love that show when I was a kid. Then when I got older, it was really cheesy. But oh my God. That show was excellent.
Wow.
When I was a kid. Yeah, man. And a matter of fact, when they would hit each other, Jack, they would be like this. Bam!
Yeah, pow,
Biff.
ping,
Wow.
boom. Yeah, I remember that.
Ping. Bam.
Bam,
Zooey. Yeah,
crash. Yeah, I
man.
remember that. And they used to
Yeah,
go to
man.
like the commercial break. Da-da, da-da. They would do spin the little
Yeah,
camera
man.
and shit. Oh my
Batman. And
god.
Catwoman was hot. Eartha Kitt back in the day.
Eartha Kitt.
Perfect.
With the real leather, like the latex, like the whole.
Yeah, man. She was bad.
She was killing it, man.
She was bad. Perfect. Not like she was in Boomerang. My guess.
Sheesh. You better be careful saying she was bad. You're gonna hear who's bad. Doom, 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 doom. That's how you remember that face. That same face you saw at 112 that day with the camera zooming in.
Oh,
Who's
man.
bad?
I know, right? Oh, man.
She be looking at your ass like you finna see who bad. You gonna miss
Oh,
that damn
my
show
goodness.
tonight.
Oh,
Falcon
my
fans,
goodness.
hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Look, T Will, thank you so much. Carrie, thank you so much.
Shout out
and
to
then
Miss
this
Carrie.
guy, I can't forget him. I'm so sorry, y'all. But my boy, man, where is he at? Where is he at? There he is. Pull him up. Come on, StreamYard. Here he is. My boy Bodie, man.
Bodie's
Y'all
best.
go check out Bodie with Bodie's Best. He'll be here with us very soon. Of course, you know Bodie is a workaholic. Bodie's Best, man. He got his channel up, man. It's going down in a major way. And Bodie does a great job breaking down not only Falcons that he has coming up, but other content too as well that he's working on. And
Yep.
Bodie is doing a great job, y'all. So please, 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 please head on over to Bodie. Bodie, drop that like, share, and subscribe on his videos and his network. And if you also need your trees cut in your backyard, if it's getting close to the summertime, and you feel like the branches are hanging over close to the roof and you don't want it to tap against the side of the window, makes it sound like Freddy Krueger's outside, call Bodie. He'll come over there. He's got a good team with him and A1 and Country. And they got a discount. So if it's more than 2 trees, you get a gift card to Buc-ee's. So that's included in the discount. And I think there's 10% off at your local BP gas station for crispy chicken in the bag. So big shout out to everybody that's tuned in today. T Will, one time for the fan, from the fan, for the fan, man. We up out of here, big dog. For those that want to sit back and watch another 4-hour stream, tune in. If y'all don't, we'll see y'all Sunday night. Have a good one.